Chapter 1. Connie's Decline. The black crepe dress scratched against Constance McKenna's throat like a constant reminder of her shame. She stood beside the mahogany casket, her gloved hands clasped so tightly her knuckles showed white through the thin leather, watching as Denver's most prominent citizens filed past her husband's remains. Each murmured condolence felt like a blade twist in her chest, not from grief, but from the terrible knowledge that everything they believed about Charles McKenna had been a lie. "Such a tragedy," Mrs. Caldwell whispered, pressing Connie's hand with practiced sympathy. "Charles was such a pillar of the community. The bank won't be the same without him." Connie managed a tremulous smile, the kind expected of a grieving widow. If only Mrs. Caldwell knew that Charles had been systematically embezzling from his own bank for 3 years, using the stolen funds to finance his gambling addiction and maintain their lavish lifestyle. The irony wasn't lost on her that she stood here accepting condolences for a man whose death had been the only thing standing between her and complete ruin. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the whispered conversations filling the funeral parlor. "Your kindness means more than you know." The older woman patted her arm and moved on, leaving Connie alone with her secrets and the growing dread that settled heavier in her stomach with each passing hour. Tomorrow she would have to face the lawyers. Tomorrow the truth would come out. The funeral reception passed in a blur of black-clad figures and sympathetic faces. Connie played her part perfectly, the devoted wife overcome with grief, accepting casseroles and offers of help she knew she would never be able to accept. When the last mourner finally departed, she found herself alone in the grand house on Sherman Street, surrounded by the trappings of a life that had never truly belonged to her. She climbed the stairs to Charles's study, her footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. The room still smelled of his cologne and the Cuban cigars he'd favored, but now it felt like a tomb. The massive oak desk dominated the space, its surface cluttered with papers she'd been too afraid to examine closely. Now, with trembling fingers, she began to sort through the documents that would determine her fate. The first ledger made her stomach clench. Column after column of figures, all meticulously recorded in Charles's precise handwriting, told the story of their destruction. Money taken from the bank, supposedly for investments, but actually lost at the gaming tables. Loans secured against properties they didn't own, debts that staggered her with their enormity. By the time she finished reading, dawn was breaking over the mountains, painting the sky the color of old blood. Connie slumped in Charles's leather chair, the weight of her situation crushing down on her like a physical thing. They owed more money than she could comprehend, to the bank, to Charles's gambling associates, to creditors who would show no mercy to a widow. The sound of heavy footsteps on the front porch made her blood freeze. Through the lace curtains, she saw 3 men in dark coats approaching the door. Even before they knocked, she knew what they represented. "Mrs. McKenna?" The tallest of the 3 removed his hat when she opened the door, but his expression held no warmth. "I'm Benjamin Morse, attorney for the First National Bank. These gentlemen are with me to discuss your late husband's affairs." Connie's throat felt as dry as sawdust. "Gentlemen, surely this can wait. My husband was only buried yesterday." "I'm afraid it cannot." Morris's voice was implacable. "The bank's board of directors has discovered irregularities in your husband's accounts. Substantial irregularities. We need to discuss immediate repayment." She stepped aside to let them enter, her mind racing. The house felt smaller with their presence, as if the very walls were closing in around her. They settled in the parlor, their dark coats making them look like ravens come to pick clean the bones of her life. "How much?" she asked, cutting through Morse's legal preamble. The attorney consulted his notes. "Including interest and penalties, approximately $47,000. The number hit her like a physical blow. $47,000, more money than most people saw in a lifetime. She thought of the jewelry upstairs, the silver tea service, the fine furniture that had been her pride. All of it together wouldn't cover a tenth of what Charles had stolen. "I don't have that kind of money," she said quietly. "We're aware of that." Morse's smile was cold. "However, we're prepared to be reasonable." Sign over the deed to this house, surrender all personal property of value, and we'll consider the matter settled." Connie's hands shook as she reached for the deed in Charles's desk. Her beautiful home, the life she'd built, all of it would be gone. She would be left with nothing but the clothes on her back and whatever small personal items they deemed worthless. "There is one more thing," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "My father's ranch in Wyoming. Charles never touched that deed." Morse's eyebrows rose. "Wyoming? What's the value of this property?" "I don't know." She pulled the faded document from the bottom drawer where Charles had tossed it years ago. He inherited it from his grandfather, but it was never developed. The attorney examined the deed with professional interest. "Wind River Valley. Probably worthless rangeland, but we'll need to assess its value for the settlement." "No!" The word came out sharper than Connie intended. "This wasn't part of Charles's estate. It was mine before our marriage, and it remains mine." Morse frowned. "Mrs. McKenna, I hardly think a few acres of wilderness in Wyoming territory will solve your financial problems." "Perhaps not," she agreed. "But it's all I have left." The next 3 days passed in a nightmarish blur. Creditors descended on the house like locusts, cataloging every stick of furniture, every piece of silver, every gown in her wardrobe. Connie found herself reduced to a stranger in her own home, watching as her life was systematically dismantled and carted away. She managed to save only a small carpet bag of personal items, her mother's Bible, a few pieces of jewelry that had belonged to her grandmother, and the clothes on her back. Everything else disappeared into the maw of Charles's debts. On the fourth morning, she stood on the front porch of what had been her home, watching as the new owners took possession. The deed to the Wyoming ranch was folded carefully in her reticule, along with the last of her money, barely enough for train fare west. The Union Pacific Depot was crowded with travelers, but Connie felt utterly alone as she purchased her ticket. The clerk, a young man with ink-stained fingers, looked at her with curiosity. "Wind River Station, ma'am? That's pretty rough country out there. You got folks waiting for you?" "No," she said quietly, "just me." The train journey took 3 days, and with each mile that passed beneath the wheels, Connie felt herself traveling further from the woman she had been. The well-appointed passenger car gradually gave way to rougher accommodations as they moved west, and her fellow travelers changed from Denver society matrons to frontier families and weathered men in work clothes. By the time they reached Cheyenne, her black mourning dress was dusty and wrinkled, and she was acutely aware of how out of place she must look. The final leg to Wind River Station was on a smaller local train that seemed to stop at every crossroads and water tank. Wind River Station turned out to be little more than a wooden platform beside the tracks, with a small building that served as both depot and general store. The station master, a grizzled man with tobacco-stained whiskers, looked her up and down with undisguised skepticism. "You sure this is where you want to be, ma'am? Ain't much out here for a lady." Connie lifted her chin with what she hoped looked like confidence. "I need to get to the Double M Ranch. It belonged to my father." The man's expression grew even more dubious. "The Double M? Ma'am, that place has been empty for nigh on 10 years. Old man Murphy died, and nobody's worked that land since." Her heart sank, but she kept her voice steady. "Nevertheless, it's mine now. Can you direct me there?" "It's about 8 miles north, following the river trail, but ma'am, I gotta tell you, there ain't nothing left worth claiming. The house is half fallen down, the fences are gone, and the land's been picked clean by rustlers and varmints." 8 miles? Connie looked at her small carpet bag and her impractical city shoes, then at the vast expanse of grassland stretching to the horizon. The September sun was already low in the sky, and she had no idea how she would make such a journey. "Is there someone who could take me there? I can pay." The station master scratched his whiskers. "Old Pete might do it for $1. He's got a wagon, though it ain't much to look at." Old Pete turned out to be a man of indeterminate age, whose wagon looked like it had been constructed from spare parts and determination. The 2 horses hitched to it were swayback and tired, but they seemed willing enough to make the journey. "$1 up front," Pete said without preamble. "And I ain't waiting around once we get there. This time of day I want to be back before full dark." Connie handed over one of her precious remaining coins and climbed onto the wagon seat. The springs were broken, and every rut in the road seemed to jar her bones, but she gripped the side of the wagon and tried to maintain her dignity. The landscape was beautiful in its vastness, she had to admit. Rolling hills covered in golden grass stretched in every direction, broken by groves of cottonwoods along the winding river. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks already dusted with early snow. Under different circumstances, she might have found it inspiring. "That's the double M up ahead," Pete said, pointing with his whip toward a cluster of buildings nestled in a bend of the river. Connie's heart sank as they drew closer. The house was a low, sprawling structure built of logs and stone, but several of the windows were broken and the roof sagged ominously in places. What had once been a barn was now little more than a skeleton of charred timbers, and the corrals were a tangle of broken rails and rotting posts. "Jesus," Pete muttered, "it's worse than I remembered." The wagon rolled to a stop in what had once been the front yard. Weeds grew knee-high around the porch, and the front door hung open, revealing only darkness beyond. Connie climbed down from the wagon on trembling legs, her city shoes slipping on the uneven ground. "Ma'am," Pete said, his voice gentler than before, "you can't stay here. This place ain't fit for human habitation." She walked slowly toward the house, her carpet bag clutched in her white-knuckled grip. The porch steps creaked ominously under her weight, and she had to push aside a curtain of spider webs to peer through the doorway. The interior was a disaster. Years of neglect had taken their toll, and it looked like animals had been using the house for shelter. Debris littered the floor, and the smell of decay hung heavy in the air. "I can't leave you here," Pete said from behind her. "It ain't Christian." Connie turned to face him, and for a moment, her carefully maintained composure cracked. Tears threatened to spill over, but she blinked them back fiercely. She had nowhere else to go, no money to return to Denver, even if she wanted to face the scandal and shame waiting there. "This is my home now," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'll make do." Pete shook his head. "Ma'am, you don't understand. Winter comes early out here, and it's hard. You got no supplies, no way to heat this place, and them windows won't keep out the cold. You'll be dead before Christmas. Then I'll die on my own land," she said with more conviction than she felt. The old man studied her for a long moment, then sighed. "I got a spare tarp in the wagon. Help you cover some of them windows at least. And I'll spread the word in town that you're out here. Maybe somebody'll take pity on you." They worked in silence as the sun set, using the tarp and some rusty nails Pete found in the barn ruins to cover the worst of the broken windows. It wasn't much, but it would keep out some of the wind. "You got any food?" Pete asked as he prepared to leave. Connie shook her head. She had a few dollars left, but no idea where the nearest store might be. Pete dug into his coat pocket and pulled out a paper-wrapped package. "Jerky and hardtack. It ain't much, but it'll keep you from starving tonight." He climbed back onto his wagon and picked up the reins, then looked back at her one more time. "Ma'am, if you change your mind, follow the river trail back to town. Don't try to make the trip at night. There's wolves out here, and worse things than wolves." Connie watched until the wagon disappeared into the gathering darkness, then turned back to survey her new domain. The house looked even more forbidding in the moonlight, and every shadow seemed to hide potential threats. She pushed open the door and stepped inside, her shoes crunching on broken glass and debris. The main room was large, with a massive stone fireplace that looked like it might still be functional. To one side, a doorway led to what had probably been a kitchen, and a narrow staircase climbed to what she assumed was a loft. Using the last of her matches, she lit a candle stub she found on the mantelpiece and explored her new home. The kitchen was a disaster, with a rust-stained sink and a wood-burning stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Upstairs, the loft was divided into two small rooms, both empty except for dust and mouse droppings. She chose the smaller of the two rooms and spread her shawl on the floor for a bed. The sounds of the night seemed unnaturally loud, wind moaning through the broken windows, the scurrying of small animals, and somewhere in the distance, the mournful howl of a coyote. Constance McKenna, who had once presided over dinner parties for Denver's elite, curled up on the floor of a ruined ranch house and tried not to think about how far she had fallen. Tomorrow she would have to figure out how to survive. Tonight she would simply try to endure. The candle burned down to nothing, leaving her in complete darkness. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the loose boards and sending drafts through every crack and crevice. She pulled her thin shawl tighter around her shoulders and closed her eyes, trying to block out the enormity of what lay ahead. She was alone in the wilderness with no money, no skills, and no idea how to survive. The deed in her reticule might give her legal claim to this land, but what good was ownership of a place that seemed determined to kill her? As sleep finally claimed her, Connie's last conscious thought was a prayer that she would live to see the morning. It seemed, at that moment, like the most she could hope for. Chapter 2. Rock bottom Connie's hands were raw and bleeding by the time she managed to clear enough debris from the kitchen to make it functional. 3 weeks had passed since her arrival at the Double M, and she had learned more about survival than she'd ever wanted to know. The morning dress hung in tatters now, replaced by the practical split skirt and cotton blouse she'd sewn from fabric purchased with her dwindling funds during her single trip to town. That trip had been an education in itself. The moment she'd stepped into Henderson's general store, conversation had died like a snuffed candle. Women in calico dresses and worn bonnets had stared at her with undisguised suspicion, while their menfolk had looked her up and down with expressions ranging from pity to something that made her skin crawl. "You're the woman living out at the old Murphy place," the proprietor had said, not bothering to make it a question. Samuel Henderson was a thick-set man with suspicious eyes and hands that gestured too often toward the rifle mounted behind his counter. "Folks are wondering what your business is here." "I own the ranch," Connie had replied, lifting her chin despite the hostile stares. "It was my father's property." "Your father?" Mrs. Henderson had emerged from behind a display of canned goods, wiping her hands on a stained apron. "Murphy never had no daughter. Died a bachelor, he did." "Not Murphy, McKenna. Sean McKenna was my father. He sold the land to Murphy before moving to Denver." The silence that followed had been deafening. Finally, old Henderson had shaken his head. "Don't matter whose daughter you are, Missy. That land's been empty too long. Folks got used to using the water rights, running their cattle on the grass. You can't just waltz in here and expect to upset the natural order of things." She'd bought her supplies, flour, beans, coffee, and fabric, while enduring the pointed stares and whispered conversations. The total had come to more than she'd expected, and she suspected Henderson had charged her extra for the privilege of being an outsider. "Advice comes free with every purchase," Henderson had said as he wrapped her goods in brown paper. "Find yourself a husband quick, or get back on the train to wherever you came from. A woman alone out here is just asking for trouble." The trouble had started 2 days later. Connie had been drawing water from the well behind the house when she heard the sound of approaching horses. She'd learned to be cautious about visitors. The few who'd come calling had been more interested in looking her over than offering help. This time, she counted 4 riders, all wearing the kind of rough clothes that marked them as working cowboys. The man in the lead was tall and lean, with a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. He dismounted and approached her with the confident swagger of someone accustomed to getting his way. "Ma'am," he said, touching the brim of his hat in a gesture that somehow managed to be more insulting than polite. "Name's Jake Murdoch. I ride for Mr. Silas Garrett." Connie had heard the name Garrett mentioned in town, always in tones of respect mixed with fear. Apparently he owned most of the cattle in the valley and had plans to own more. "Mr. Murdoch." She kept her voice level, though her heart was hammering against her ribs. "What can I do for you?" "Well now, that's the question, isn't it?" Murdoch's smile was all teeth and no warmth. "See, there's been some confusion about water rights in this valley. The stream that runs through your property, it's been supplying Mr. Garrett's cattle for the better part of 10 years. We'd hate to see those animals go thirsty." "The water rights belong to this ranch," Connie said firmly. "They are clearly stated in my deed." "Deeds are just paper, ma'am. Out here, possession is what counts." Murdoch nodded to his men, and two of them rode toward the stream that wound through her property. Now, Mr. Garrett's a reasonable man. He's prepared to offer you fair compensation for those rights. Say $50. $50. It was more money than she had left in the world, but Connie knew that without water, the ranch was worthless. The water stays with the land. Murdoch's expression hardened. That's unfortunate. Mr. Garrett don't like to be disappointed. She watched helplessly as his men worked to divert the stream, using rocks and fallen logs to redirect the flow away from her property. By the time they finished, the creek that had run clear and strong past her house was reduced to a muddy trickle. You change your mind about that offer. You know where to find us, Murdoch said as he swung back into his saddle. Of course, the price might not be so generous next time. That night, Connie lay awake listening to the silence where the sound of running water used to be. She had enough water stored in barrels to last a few days, but beyond that, she forced herself not to think about it. The next morning brought a new disaster. She'd been rationing her small herd of chickens, 5 scrawny birds she'd managed to purchase from a farmer outside town, but when she went to check on them, the makeshift coop was empty. Feathers scattered in the dirt told the story of their fate, though whether it had been human thieves or 4-legged predators, she couldn't tell. Damn, she whispered, then immediately felt guilty for the profanity. But damnation seemed appropriate for her situation. It was on her second trip to town, desperate to find some solution to her water problem, that she encountered the county tax assessor. Herbert Finch was a thin, nervous man with ink-stained fingers and the pale complexion of someone who spent his life hunched over ledger books. "Mrs. McKenna," he said, intercepting her outside the general store. "I've been looking for you." The words sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the October wind. "Mr. Finch, what can I do for you?" "It's about the back taxes on your property. According to our records, they haven't been paid since 1871. With interest and penalties, the total comes to," he consulted his notebook, $147.38. The world seemed to tilt around her. $147. She had less than 20 left from her Denver funds. There must be some mistake. Surely the previous owner... Murphy paid through 1870, then stopped. Property was considered abandoned. Finch's voice was apologetic but firm. "New law says if taxes aren't paid within 60 days of assessment, the county can seize the land and auction it to recover the debt." 60 days? Connie's voice came out as a squeak. Well, 57 now. Notice was posted 3 days ago. Finch shifted uncomfortably. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Truly I am, but the law's the law." She walked back to the ranch in a daze, barely noticing the chill wind or the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. 57 days to find almost $150 or lose everything. She might as well try to fly to the moon. That evening, as she sat by her meager fire trying to make a few beans and a crust of bread stretch into something resembling a meal, she heard the unmistakable sound of cattle lowing. Hope flared in her chest. Perhaps some of the local ranchers were bringing their herds to water at the stream. But when she peered out the window, her heart sank. In the gathering twilight, she could see a small herd of cattle being driven away from her property. Her cattle, the 6 head she'd managed to purchase with the last of her substantial money. The animals that represented her only hope of building something from nothing. Without thinking, she grabbed Charles's old rifle from above the fireplace and ran outside. "Stop! Those are my cattle!" The rustlers, for that's what they clearly were, didn't even slow down. In the fading light, she could make out 3 or 4 mounted figures, but they were too far away to identify. She raised the rifle, then realized she had no idea how to load or fire it. Charles had never taught her such things, considering them beneath a lady's station. She watched helplessly as her herd disappeared into the darkness, taking with it her last hope of economic survival. The next few days passed in a blur of desperation. Connie tried everything she could think of, attempting to clear more land for farming, searching for anything of value left behind by the previous owners, even considering selling her grandmother's jewelry. but the pieces were worth perhaps $10 at most. She needed them for the memories they carried of a happier time. It was during one of these frantic searches that she found something that offered a glimmer of hope. Hidden in the ruins of the barn, beneath a pile of rotting hay, she discovered a small herd of cattle, strays that had somehow avoided the rustlers. Only 3 head, but they were something. Connie had never worked cattle in her life, but desperation made her bold. She fashioned a rope from old leather reins and set out to round up the animals, planning to drive them closer to the house where she could keep an eye on them. The first cow was cooperative enough, allowing itself to be led without too much fuss. The second required more persuasion, but eventually followed its companion. The third, however, was having none of it. The ornery beast led her on a chase across half her property, through creek beds and over rocky ground that threatened to turn her ankle with every step. Her split skirt caught on thorns, her hands were raw from gripping the improvised rope, and her lungs burned from the unaccustomed exertion. Finally, the cow seemed to tire of the game and stopped in a grove of cottonwoods near the eastern boundary of her land. Connie approached carefully, speaking in what she hoped were soothing tones. "Easy, girl. That's it. Just come along nice and quiet." She was within 10 feet of the animal when the sound of approaching hoofbeats made her freeze. Through the trees, she could see riders coming fast. Too fast for a casual visit. The cow, spooked by the noise, bolted deeper into the grove. Connie's blood turned to ice as she recognized Jake Murdoch's voice. "She's got to be around here somewhere. Boss says the lesson needs to be clear." "What kind of lesson?" This voice was younger, uncertain, the kind that makes sure she understands how things work in this valley. A woman alone needs to know her place. Terror flooded through her veins like liquid fire. She pressed herself against the trunk of a massive cottonwood, hardly daring to breathe. Through the leaves, she could see 3 riders searching the grove, their faces hard with purpose. "There," one of them pointed in her direction. "Behind that big tree." Connie ran. She crashed through the underbrush like a startled deer, her skirt catching on every branch and thorn. Behind her, she could hear the men giving chase, their horses crashing through the grove in pursuit. A branch whipped across her face, drawing blood, but she didn't dare slow down. "Don't run too far, lady." Murdoch's voice carried cruel amusement. "Just makes it more fun for us." She broke free of the trees and found herself in open grassland, exposed and vulnerable. Her lungs were screaming for air, and her legs felt like they might give out at any moment. The sound of pursuit was getting closer. A rope sailed past her head, missing by inches. She veered left, then right, trying to present a more difficult target, but she was on foot and they were mounted. It was only a matter of time. The second rope caught her around the waist, jerking her to a stop so suddenly that she fell hard to the ground. The impact drove the breath from her lungs, and for a moment, she lay gasping like a landed fish. "Well, well," Murdoch said, dismounting leisurely. "So look what we caught ourselves." Connie struggled to her feet, her hands working frantically at the rope around her waist. "Let me go. I haven't done anything to you." "Haven't done anything?" Murdoch's eyebrows rose in mock surprise. "Lady, you've been nothing but trouble since you got here. Claiming water rights that don't belong to you, trying to run cattle on range that's been used by your betters for years. This is my land." The words came out as a shout born of fear and righteous anger. "I have the deed." "Deeds don't mean much when you can't defend what they say is yours." Murdoch nodded to his companions. "Boys, I think this lady needs to learn some manners." The youngest of the 3 shifted uncomfortably in his saddle. "Jake, maybe we should just give her the message and go. Mr. Garrett said to scare her, not—" "Mr. Garrett said to make sure she understands." Murdoch cut him off. "And I aim to be thorough." He reached for her, and Connie did the only thing she could think of. She grabbed a handful of dirt and flung it in his face. Murdoch cursed and stumbled backward, clawing at his eyes. "Grab her!" he roared. But his temporary blindness had given Connie the chance she needed. She slipped the rope over her head and ran again, this time toward the rocky outcropping that marked the northern edge of her property. If she could reach the rocks, she might be able to find a hiding place. Her pursuers were mounted, but the rough ground slowed them down. Connie scrambled up the rocky slope like a mountain goat, her hands bleeding from the sharp stone, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Let her go," she heard the young cowboy say. "She's learned her lesson." "Like hell," Murdoch snarled. "Nobody throws dirt in my face and gets away with it." Connie found a narrow crevice between two boulders and squeezed inside, pressing herself deep into the shadows. Her heart was pounding so hard she was sure they could hear it from 50 yards away. The sound of the horses grew closer, then seemed to move away. She waited, counting her heartbeats, until she was sure they were gone before emerging from her hiding place. The walk back to the house felt like the longest journey of her life. Every shadow might hide an enemy, every sound might herald another attack. By the time she reached her front door, her nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Inside, she barred the door and checked every window, though she knew the flimsy barriers wouldn't stop determined men. As darkness fell, she sat by her small fire with Charles's unloaded rifle across her knees, listening to every creak and groan of the old house. The message had been delivered, loud and clear. She was alone, defenseless, and unwanted. The taxes would come due in less than 2 months. Her cattle were gone, her water diverted, and powerful men wanted her gone. As she stared into the dying embers of her fire, Constance McKenna faced the brutal truth. She was going to lose everything. Again. But something had changed during that terrifying chase through the cottonwoods. The fear was still there, cold and sharp in her belly, but underneath it was something else, a core of stubborn determination that surprised her with its strength. They could steal her cattle and divert her water. They could threaten and frighten her. But this was her land, bought with her father's sweat and sealed with her own blood and tears. She might be down, but she wasn't beaten. Not yet. The fire died to ashes, leaving her in darkness. But Connie didn't move from her chair. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new threats, new reasons to give up and run. But tonight, she would stand guard over what was hers, even if it killed her. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Savior. The sound of splintering wood jolted Connie from an uneasy sleep. She sat bolt upright in her makeshift bed, her heart hammering against her ribs as heavy footsteps echoed across the porch below. Dawn was still hours away, and the darkness outside her windows was absolute. "Mrs. McKenna?" Jake Murdoch's voice cut through the night like a blade. "Time for a little chat." The front door shuddered under a heavy blow. Connie scrambled to her feet, grabbing Charles's rifle with trembling hands. She still hadn't figured out how to load the cursed thing, but perhaps the sight of it would give the men pause. Another crash, and she heard the sound of the door bar splintering. They were coming in, whether she wanted them to or not. "Please," she called out, hating the quaver in her voice. "Just leave me alone." "I haven't done anything to you." Murdoch's laughter was cold as winter wind. "Lady, your very existence is doing something to us. Mr. Garrett's got plans for this valley, and you're standing in the way of progress." The door gave way with a tremendous crash. Connie pressed herself against the wall at the top of the stairs, the useless rifle clutched to her chest. Through the broken doorway, she could see the silhouettes of 3 men, their faces hidden in shadow. "Come on down, Mrs. McKenna," Murdoch called. "Let's discuss your future like civilized folks." "I'm not coming down." She tried to put steel in her voice, but it came out thin and frightened. "Get off my property." "Your property?" One of the other men spoke up, the young cowboy who'd shown reluctance before. "Jake, maybe we should—" "Shut up, Tommy." Murdoch's boots began climbing the stairs, each step deliberate and menacing. "Mrs. McKenna, you're making this harder than it needs to be. Mr. Garrett sent us with a generous offer. $500 for your deed and safe passage back to wherever you came from." $500. It was enough to pay the taxes and have money left over for a new start somewhere else. But something in Murdoch's tone made her skin crawl. This wasn't about money. It was about power, and the pleasure these men took in terrorizing a defenseless woman. "And if I refuse?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "Well now, that wouldn't be wise." Murdoch reached the top of the stairs, his bulk filling the narrow hallway. In the faint moonlight filtering through the broken window, she could see the cruel smile on his face. Accidents happen out here. Fires mostly. Terrible shame when a house burns down with the owner inside. Terror clawed at her throat, but beneath it, something else stirred. The same stubborn rage that had kept her going through Charles' funeral and the humiliation that followed. She raised the rifle, pointing it directly at Murdoch's chest. "Stay back! I'll shoot!" Murdoch's smile widened. "With what? Lady, that rifle ain't been loaded since the Mexicans owned California." He took another step forward, and Connie pulled the trigger. The metallic click echoed in the silence, confirming what Murdoch already knew. The gun was empty. Well, he said, reaching for her. "Looks like we can do this the easy way or the hard way, your choice." Connie swung the rifle like a club, but Murdoch caught it easily, wrenching it from her hands. His other arm snaked around her waist, pulling her against him with bruising force. "The hard way it is," he growled, his breath hot and foul against her face. That's when the first gunshot echoed across the valley. Murdoch froze, his head cocking toward the sound. Below, she heard Tommy's voice, high with alarm. "Jake, riders coming in fast." "How many?" Murdoch called down, still gripping Connie tightly. "Can't tell in the dark. At least 2, maybe more." Another gunshot, closer this time, followed by the thunder of hoofbeats. Murdoch cursed and released her, moving to the broken window to peer out into the darkness. "Must be some of Garrett's other men," he muttered. "About time." But the voice that rang out across the yard wasn't friendly. "You boys picked the wrong ranch to terrorize tonight." The voice was deep, controlled, with an undertone that promised violence. It didn't belong to any of Garrett's men. Murdoch's face went pale in the moonlight. "What the hell?" The sound of splintering wood came from below, followed by a cry of pain. Tommy's voice rose in a panicked shout. "Jake, it's that half-breed. He's got Bill. Whitehorse," Murdoch breathed, and Connie heard real fear in his voice for the first time. More sounds of struggle echoed from below, scuffling feet, a grunt of pain, and the distinctive thud of a body hitting the floor. Then silence, broken only by the soft creak of someone moving carefully through the house. Murdoch. The voice came from the bottom of the stairs now, calm and deadly. "Send the woman down and maybe you and your boys walk away from this." "Go to hell, Wolf." Murdoch grabbed Connie again, using her as a shield as he backed toward the far end of the hallway. "She's coming with us." "No, she's not." The words were spoken quietly, but they carried absolute certainty. Footsteps began climbing the stairs. Slow, measured, inexorable. Murdoch fumbled for his gun with his free hand, keeping his arm locked around. "I'll kill her, Wolf. I swear I will." "You could try." The voice was closer now, maybe halfway up the stairs. "But you'd be dead before she hit the floor." There was something in that calm, matter-of-fact tone that made Connie's skin prickle. This wasn't bravado or bluster. It was simple fact, delivered by someone who knew exactly what he was capable of. A shadow appeared at the top of the stairs, resolving into the figure of a man. Tall and lean, with long, dark hair that caught the moonlight, he moved with the fluid grace of a predator. In his hands, twin revolvers gleamed, dully. "Let her go, Murdoch." For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then Murdoch made his choice, shoving Connie away and going for his gun. He was fast, faster than any man had a right to be. The stranger was faster. The gunshot was deafening in the confined space. Murdoch's weapon flew from his hand, blood spattering the wall behind him as he cried out in pain. He stumbled backward, clutching his shattered wrist. "Jesus Christ, Wolf, you could have killed me." "I could have." The stranger moved. Wolf moved forward with the same unhurried pace, his guns never wavering. "Still might if you don't get off this lady's property right now." Murdoch was white with pain and shock, sweat beading on his forehead. "Garrett ain't gonna stand for this. You can't protect her forever." "Maybe not." Wolf's voice remained perfectly calm. "But I can protect her tonight, and tomorrow night, and as long as it takes for you and your boss to find somewhere else to throw your weight around." He gestured toward the stairs with one of his revolvers. "Now get out, take your boys with you. And Murdoch, next time you feel like terrorizing a defenseless woman, remember that she's not defenseless anymore. Murdoch stumbled down the stairs, still clutching his wounded hand. Connie heard low voices from below. Tommy helping his injured leader, the scrape of boots across wooden floors, then the sound of horses being mounted and ridden hard into the night. The silence that followed was profound. Connie stood frozen against the wall, hardly able to believe what had just happened. The man called Wolf still stood in the hallway, his weapons now holstered, but his stance alert. "Are you hurt?" he asked, finally turning to look at her. His face was a study in contrasts. Sharp cheekbones and a strong jaw that spoke of native heritage, but eyes that were an unusual amber color, suggesting mixed blood. His skin was bronze from years in the sun, and there was a quiet intensity about him that made her pulse quicken for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. No, I don't think so." Her voice came out as a whisper. He nodded once, then moved to check the broken window. "They'll be back," he said matter-of-factly. "Maybe not tonight, but soon. Garrett doesn't like being defied. You know Silas Garrett?" Wolf's mouth quirked in what might have been a smile. "We've met. He's not fond of my company." Connie found her voice at last. "Why did you help me? You don't even know me." This time he did smile, and it transformed his entire face. "Name's James Whitehorse. Most folks call me Wolf. And you're Constance McKenna, the woman who's been stirring up all kinds of trouble in Wind River Valley." "I haven't meant to cause trouble. I just want to live in peace on my own land." "Sometimes peace is something you have to fight for." He moved away from the window, and she noticed he favored his left leg slightly. An old injury by the look of it. "You planning to stay and fight, or are you going to take Garrett's money and run?" The question caught her off guard. She'd been asking herself the same thing for weeks, and she still didn't have a good answer. "I don't know," she admitted. "Don't have much choice. This ranch is all I have left in the world." Wolf studied her for a long moment, his amber eyes unreadable. "You ever run cattle before?" "No." "Know anything about fixing fences, digging wells, dealing with rustlers and claim jumpers?" "No." Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. "I don't know anything about ranching. I was a banker's wife in Denver until my husband died. And now you're here, trying to make a go of it alone." It wasn't a question. "Yes." Wolf was quiet for so long she began to wonder if he'd forgotten she was there. Finally he spoke. "You need help. More help than one man can give you, but it's a start." Hope flared in her chest, quickly followed by suspicion. "What kind of help?" "The kind that keeps you alive and your ranch running. I know cattle, horses, and how to deal with men like Garrett." He paused. "Question is, can you afford to hire me?" Connie's heart sank. "I don't have much money. The county wants almost $150 in back taxes, and I have maybe 20 left to my name. What about room and board, 3 meals a day, and a place to sleep?" She blinked in surprise. "That's all you want? For now?" His expression was unreadable again. "Later, if the ranch starts turning a profit, we can talk about wages." It was too good to be true. Men like this didn't work for room and board unless they had ulterior motives. Why would you do that? What's in it for you? Wolf moved to the stairs, then paused to look back at her. "Maybe I don't like seeing women bullied by men like Murdoch. Maybe I've got my own reasons for wanting to cause Garrett some grief. Or maybe I just like a challenge." He started down the stairs, then stopped again. "One more thing, Mrs. McKenna. There are things about me you should know before you make up your mind, things that might change how you feel about having me around." "What kind of things?" "The kind that make folks in town cross the street when they see me coming. The kind that gets a man's name on wanted posters." His voice was matter-of-fact, but she caught the underlying tension. "I was a cavalry scout for 3 years. Things went bad, and now I'm what you might call a man with a past." Connie thought about Murdoch's hands on her, the fear in his voice when he'd recognize Wolf. She thought about her empty bank account and the impossible task of saving the ranch alone. "Mr. Whitehorse," she said quietly, "right now I'm more interested in a man's future than his past. If you're willing to help me fight for this place, then you have a job." Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, perhaps, or relief? You might want to sleep on that decision. Ask around town tomorrow. Hear what folks have to say about Wolf Whitehorse. I don't care what they say. The words came out more forcefully than she'd intended. You saved my life tonight. Whatever you were before, that's what matters to me now. Wolf nodded slowly. All right then. I'll bunk in the barn tonight. Start work in the morning. Fair warning, though. Things are going to get harder before they get easier. How much harder can they get? His smile was grim. You'd be surprised. After he left, Connie sat in her kitchen trying to process what had just happened. An hour ago, she'd been facing rape, possibly murder, at the hands of Garrett's men. Now she had a protector, a man whose very name seemed to strike fear into hardened cowboys. But who was James Whitehorse really? What had happened during his time as a cavalry scout that put that haunted look in his eyes? And why was he willing to work for almost nothing to help a stranger? She'd thought about the way he'd moved, fluid and deadly, and the casual competence with which he'd dispatched 3 armed men. This was not a man to be trifled with, and certainly not someone to trust lightly. But he'd had her completely at his mercy. And he'd walked away asking for nothing more than food and shelter. That had to count for something. The next morning brought a beautiful October day, crisp and clear with golden sunlight slanting across the valley. Connie woke to the sound of hammering and went outside to find Wolf already at work, repairing the front door with wood salvaged from the barn ruins. Morning, he said without looking up from his work. Hope you don't mind, I took the liberty of fixing this before anyone else decided to pay a visit. Of course not, thank you. She paused, watching him work. His movements were economical and precise, the motions of someone who'd done manual labor all his life. Have you eaten? Not yet. Figured I'd wait for you to get up. Connie felt heat rise in her cheeks. She'd slept later than she had since arriving at the ranch, exhaustion finally claiming her after weeks of constant vigilance. I'll have breakfast ready shortly. Coffee? If you can spare it. She busied herself in the kitchen, grateful for something normal to do. When she emerged with 2 cups of coffee and a plate of biscuits, Wolf had finished with the door and was examining the broken corral fences. This can be fixed, he said, accepting the coffee with a nod of thanks. Most of the posts are still good. We'll need new rails, but there's plenty of timber up in the hills. You hired me, remember? Part of that job is making this place functional again. He sipped his coffee, his expression thoughtful. How much land do you actually own? Connie pulled out the deed, now wrinkled and worn from constant handling. Wolf studied it carefully, his finger tracing the boundary descriptions. 1,200 acres. That's a good-sized spread. He looked up at her. Water rights included? According to the deed, yes, but Garrett's men diverted the stream. We'll fix that too. Wolf folded the deed and handed it back to her. First things first, though. We need to get some cattle on this land, and we need to do it before winter sets in. With what money? I told you, I'm nearly broke. Wolf's smile was enigmatic. Mrs. McKenna, there's more than one way to acquire cattle in this territory. Some of them are even legal. Over the next few days, Connie watched in amazement as Wolf began transforming the ranch. He worked from dawn to dusk, repairing fences, clearing debris, and somehow managing to restore the diverted stream to its original course. When she asked how he'd accomplished that particular miracle, he just smiled and said, "Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire." It wasn't until she made her next trip to town for supplies that she learned what people really thought of her new hired hand. You hired who? Samuel Henderson's face went pale when she mentioned Wolf's name. Lady, are you out of your mind? Mr. Whitehorse seems very capable, Connie replied stiffly. He's already done more to improve my ranch in 3 days than I managed in 3 weeks. Capable of what? That's the question. Mrs. Henderson had emerged from the back room, her expression scandalized. Constance McKenna. That man is a killer, a cold-blooded murderer. The words hit Connie like a physical blow. That's quite an accusation. It ain't an accusation, it's fact. Henderson leaned across the counter, his voice dropping to a whisper. He was a cavalry scout, all right, until he murdered his commanding officer and massacred a village full of peaceful Indians. Been running from the law ever since. Connie's hands trembled as she paid for her supplies. There must be some mistake. No mistake, Mrs. Henderson said firmly. You mark my words, girl. That half-breed will bring you nothing but trouble. Probably planning to rob you blind and disappear in the night. The ride back to the ranch passed in a blur of conflicting emotions. Part of her wanted to believe it was all lies, gossip spread by people who didn't understand Wolf any better than they understood her. But another part remembered the deadly competence with which he'd handled Murdoch, the haunted look in his amber eye. She found him working on the corral fence, stripped to the waist in the afternoon heat. The sight of him stopped her cold, not just because of the play of muscles across his bronze back, but because of the scars that crisscrossed his skin like a roadmap of violence. You're back early, he said without turning around. The townspeople had some interesting things to say about you. Connie dismounted and tied her horse to the hitching post, trying to keep her voice level. Wolf's hand stilled on the fence rail. I imagine they did. They say you're a murderer, that you killed your commanding officer and massacred innocent people. For a long moment, Wolf didn't respond. When he finally turned to face her, his expression was carefully neutral. And what do you say? Connie looked into his eyes, searching for some sign of the monster the townspeople had described. Instead, she saw pain, deep, bone-deep anguish that spoke of wounds that went far beyond the physical scars on his body. I say that I don't know what happened, she said quietly, but I know what I've seen. You could have killed Murdoch the other night, but you didn't. You could have taken advantage of me in a dozen different ways, but you haven't. Whatever you did or didn't do in the past, the man I see now is trying to help me save my home. Something shifted in Wolf's expression. Surprise, relief, or perhaps something deeper. Most people don't see it that way. Most people weren't there that night. Most people haven't watched you work from dawn to dusk, asking for nothing in return. Connie moved closer, close enough to see the gold flecks in his amber eyes. James Whitehorse, I don't care what the townspeople say. You gave me my life back when you walked through that door. That's all I need to know. Wolf stared at her for a long moment, then slowly picked up his shirt and pulled it on. Thank you, he said simply. For what? For giving me a chance to be someone other than what they say I am. As the sun set over Wind River Valley that evening, Connie stood on her porch, watching Wolf work by lantern light, and she realized something had fundamentally changed. She was no longer alone. Whatever storms lay ahead, she would face them with this enigmatic man at her side. And for the first time since Charles's death, she allowed herself to hope that maybe, just maybe, she was going to survive after all. Chapter 4. Dangerous Attraction. The morning sun caught the sweat on Wolf's shoulders as he split wood behind the house, each swing of the axe precise and powerful. Connie paused in hanging the washing, her hand stilling on the wet fabric as she watched the fluid motion of his body. 2 weeks had passed since he'd arrived at the ranch, and in that time, he'd transformed not just the property, but her understanding of what was possible. The corrals were rebuilt and sturdy, the stream ran clear and strong through her land again, and yesterday he'd returned from the hills driving 6 head of cattle. Strays, he'd called them, though she suspected the story was more complicated than that. When she'd asked where he'd found them, he'd simply said, sometimes cattle get lost. Sometimes they find their way home. Mrs. McKenna. Wolf's voice made her jump, and she realized she'd been staring. Heat flooded her cheeks as she turned back to the laundry line. Yes? That hay we cut yesterday is dry enough to store. Thought we might load it into the barn loft this morning before the weather turns. Connie glanced at the sky, noting the dark clouds building over the mountains. Of course, I'll help. Wolf set down the axe and pulled on his shirt, the cotton sticking to his damp skin. It's heavy work. You sure you're up for it? There was no condescension in his tone, just practical concern. But Connie felt her spine stiffen anyway. Mr. Whitehorse. I may have been a pampered city wife once, but I've learned a thing or two about hard work since then." His mouth quirked in what might have been a smile. "Yes, ma'am. I've noticed." They worked in comfortable rhythm, Wolf on the wagon bed tossing down the hay bales while Connie carried the smaller ones to the barn. The larger bales required both of them, and she found herself acutely aware of his proximity each time they worked together. The brush of his fingers against hers as they gripped the same bale, the way his breath stirred her hair when he leaned close to guide her movements. "Careful," he murmured when she stumbled slightly under the weight of a particularly heavy bale. His hand closed over hers on the rope binding, steadying her. "It's not worth getting hurt over." The warmth of his touch sent an unexpected jolt through her, and she looked up to find his amber eyes fixed on her face. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then thunder rumbled in the distance and Wolf stepped back, his expression carefully neutral. "Storm's coming in fast," he said. "We should get the rest of this loaded before it hits." They finished just as the first fat raindrops began to fall. Wolf unhitched the horses and led them into the barn while Connie secured the last of the hay bales. By the time they were done, rain was drumming steadily on the barn roof. "Looks like we're stuck here for a while," Wolf said, settling onto a bale of hay and pulling out a worn leather pouch of tobacco. Connie perched on another bale, watching as he rolled a cigarette with practiced ease. "You don't have to wait with me. I can make it to the house when the rain lets up. No hurry." He struck a match and lit the cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating the sharp planes of his face. "Besides, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about." Something in his tone made her stomach tighten. "What about?" Wolf took a long drag, then exhaled slowly. "The cattle we brought in yesterday, they're not going to be enough to make this ranch profitable. Not even close." "I know that." She'd been trying not to think about it, but the arithmetic was inescapable. 6 head of cattle, even if they all produced calves, wouldn't generate enough income to pay the taxes and keep the ranch running. "There's a way to get more cattle," Wolf continued, "but it's risky. And it might not sit right with your conscience." Connie leaned forward, intrigued despite herself. "What kind of way?" "Garrett's been running his herds on open range, using brands that are, let's say, questionable. A lot of those cattle started life on other ranches, owned by smaller operations that couldn't fight back when his men came calling." "You're talking about stealing them back." "I'm talking about reclaiming what was stolen in the first place." Wolf's eyes were steady on hers. "But yeah, in the eyes of the law, it would be rustling." The rain intensified, turning the drumming on the roof into a steady roar. Lightning flashed, followed almost immediately by a crash of thunder that made the horses snort nervously in their stalls. "Why would you risk that for me?" Connie asked quietly. Wolf was silent for so long she thought he might not answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible above the storm. "Maybe because I know what it's like to lose everything. Maybe because I've seen too many good people get crushed by men like Garrett." He paused. "Or maybe because you're the first person in 3 years who's looked at me and seen something other than a killer." The honesty in his voice took her breath away. Without thinking, she reached out and touched his hand. "What happened, James? What really happened that made you run?" His fingers tensed under hers, and for a moment she thought he would pull away. Instead, he turned his hand palm up, his calloused fingers closing gently around hers. "I was scouting for Colonel Morrison at Fort Laramie," he began, his voice so low she had to strain to hear it. "Good man, or so I thought. My mother's people, the Lakota, they trusted him because I vouched for him, said he wanted peace, wanted to help them find a way to live alongside the white settlers." Lightning flashed again, and in the brief illumination, Connie saw pain etched deep in Wolf's features. "Turns out Morrison had other plans. He was selling guns to war parties, then using the raids as an excuse to attack peaceful villages, taking scalps and claiming they were from hostiles." Wolf's voice turned bitter. "I found out about it by accident, caught him in his tent counting money from a weapons sale." "What did you do?" "Tried to reason with him first. Told him I'd report what I'd seen if he didn't stop." Wolf's laugh was harsh. "Morrison said I was just another dirty Indian. and nobody would believe my word against his. Said if I made trouble, he'd make sure my mother's village was the next one to be pacified. Connie's grip on his hand tightened. So you killed him. I tried to arrest him. Morrison went for his gun, and I shot him in self-defense. Wolf's eyes met hers, and she saw the weight of old guilt there. But that's not how the army saw it. To them, I was a half-breed who'd murdered his commanding officer. The fact that Morrison was corrupt didn't matter. I had no proof, and who was going to believe me? Your mother's people? Surely they could testify. Morrison had already sent troops to their village, claimed they were harboring hostiles. Wolf's voice cracked slightly. By the time I got there, 43 people were dead, men, women, children. My mother among them. The stark pain in his words hit her like a physical blow. Without conscious thought, Connie moved from her bale to his, settling beside him and taking his other hand as well. James, I'm so sorry. I've been running ever since. 3 years now, staying ahead of army patrols and bounty hunters. He looked down at their joined hands. Probably shouldn't have told you that. If they find me here, you'll be in danger too. Let me worry about that. The words came out more fiercely than she'd intended. You saved my life, my home. I'm not going to turn my back on you now. Wolf's eyes searched her face as if looking for some sign that she was lying. You don't understand what you're saying. I'm wanted for murder, Connie. They find me, they'll hang me. The sound of her name on his lips sent warmth racing through her veins. Then we'll just have to make sure they don't find you. Thunder crashed overhead, so close the barn seemed to shake with the force of it. The horses whinnied in alarm, and one of them kicked at its stalled door. Wolf started to rise, but Connie's grip on his hands held him in place. They're fine, she said softly. Horses are afraid of storms, but they're safe in here. Are they? Wolf's voice was rough. Sometimes being safe in one place just means the danger finds you there. Is that what you think? That I'm just another danger in your life? He stared at her for a long moment, and she saw something shift in his expression, the careful walls he kept around himself beginning to crack. No, he said quietly. You're the opposite of danger. You're... what? Instead of answering, he lifted his free hand to touch her face, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. You're everything I thought I'd lost the right to want. The words hung between them, electric as the lightning outside. Connie felt her breath catch as Wolf's amber eyes darkened, his gaze dropping to her lips. Connie. Her name was a whisper, a question. She answered by leaning into his touch, her eyes fluttering closed as his mouth descended toward hers. The first brush of his lips was tentative, almost hesitant, as if he expected her to pull away. Instead, she pressed closer, her hands sliding up to rest on his chest. She could feel the steady thunder of his heartbeat beneath her palms, could taste the storm on his lips as the kiss deepened. Wolf's arms came around her, strong and warm, pulling her against him with a hunger that made her pulse race. She had been kissed before, proper restrained kisses from Charles during their courtship, but nothing had prepared her for this. This was fire and storm and desperate need, the kind of kiss that could consume a woman if she let it. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Wolf rested his forehead against hers. This is a mistake, he said, but his arms didn't loosen their... Why? Because I'm not the kind of man you should want. Because I can't promise you anything but trouble. His voice was rough with emotion. Because when the law catches up with me, and it will, I'll have to leave, and I don't want to hurt you any more than I already have. Connie pulled back enough to look into his eyes. What if I'm willing to risk it? You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. She touched his face, marveling at the way he leaned into her palm like a man starved for gentle contact. I know you're dangerous. I know you're wanted by the law. I know you could disappear tomorrow and leave me with nothing but memories. Then why? Because for the first time since Charles died, I feel alive again. Because when I'm with you, I remember who I used to be before life beat me down. She smiled, though tears were threatening. Because maybe we don't get to choose who we fall in love with. Wolf went very still. Love. The word hung between them like a challenge. Connie felt heat flood her cheeks, but she didn't look away. Yes. Love, before Wolf could respond, a new sound cut through the steady drumming of rain, the rapid approach of hoofbeats. Both of them tensed, the intimate moment shattered by the reminder of the world outside. "Stay here," Wolf said, already moving toward the barn door. His gun was in his hand before Connie even realized he'd drawn it. Through the crack in the door, she could see riders approaching through the rain. 3 of them, moving fast despite the storm. Wolf's body went rigid with recognition. "Garrett's men," he said grimly, "and they're not here for a social call." The riders reined in their horses near the house, and Connie could see they were carrying something. It took her a moment to realize what it was. Torches, the flames protected from the rain by metal shields. "They're going to burn us out," she whispered. "Not if I can help it." Wolf checked his weapons, his face grim. "How much ammunition do you have in the house?" "I don't know. Charles had a gun cabinet, but we'll have to hope it's enough." Wolf turned to her, his eyes intense. "Listen to me carefully. When I give you the word, you run for the house. Get inside, bar the door, and stay away from the windows. No matter what you hear out here, don't come out until I tell you it's safe. I'm not leaving you to face them alone. You're not trained for this kind of fight, Connie. You'll just get in the way." The harsh words stung, but she could see the fear beneath his anger. Not fear for himself, but for her. Then what? Her words were cut off by a shout from outside. "Whitehorse, we know you're in there," Wolf cursed under his breath. "They must have been watching the ranch, waiting for the right moment." "Come on out, Wolf," another voice called. "The lady, too. Time to settle this once and for all." Wolf moved to peer through the crack in the door again. 3 of them. Murdoch and 2 others. They've got the torches positioned to set fire to the barn if we don't come out. What do they want? Probably to finish what they started the other night. Wolf's voice was grim. Garrett must have decided that subtle pressure isn't working fast enough. As if to prove his point, one of the riders moved toward the house, his torch held high. Even in the rain, the wooden structure would burn if he got close enough. "All right," Wolf called out. "I'm coming." "Wolf, no. It's the only way to draw them away from the house." He turned to her, his eyes fierce. "When I go out there, you run for the back door. Get inside and stay there." "They'll kill you." "Maybe. But they'll definitely kill you if you stay here." Wolf touched her face one last time, his thumb brushing across her lips. "Remember what I told you about being careful who you fall in love with." Before she could protest, he slipped out of the barn into the rain. Connie watched through the crack as he emerged from the shadows, his hands raised but ready to go for his guns. "Murdoch," he said conversationally. "Fancy meeting you here." "Funny thing about you, Wolf," Murdoch replied, his wounded hand still wrapped in bandages. "Every time we try to conduct business peacefully, you show up and complicate things." "That's because your idea of peaceful business involves terrorizing women." "Mrs. McKenna has had plenty of time to see reason. Mr. Garrett's been patient, but his patience is wearing thin." Wolf took a step forward, and Connie saw the other 2 men tense. "Here's the thing, Murdoch. The lady's not interested in Mr. Garrett's offer. And neither am I." "Well, that's too bad." Murdoch's smile was cold. "Because tonight, we're not asking." The man with the torch spurring his horse toward the house, and Connie saw Wolf's hand drop toward his gun. But before he could draw, the 3rd rider moved behind him, cutting off his retreat. That's when she smelled smoke. Not from the torches. This was coming from behind the barn. While they'd been distracted by the confrontation out front, someone had circled around and set fire to their precious hay stores. Without thinking, Connie pushed open the barn door and ran toward the back of the building. Sure enough, flames were already climbing the exterior wall where the hay was stacked. In minutes, the entire barn would be ablaze. "Connie, get back!" Wolf's shout was desperate, but she was already grabbing buckets, filling them from the water trough. The first bucket barely made a dent in the flames. The second seemed to disappear entirely. The hay was too dry, the fire too well established. Everything they'd worked for was going up in smoke. Behind her, she heard gunshots, sharp cracks that cut through the steady drum of rain. Wolf, fighting for his life while she was trying to save hay that was already lost. Tears of rage and frustration streamed down her face as she threw bucket after bucket of water at the flames. This was what Garrett wanted: to destroy everything they'd built, to prove that a woman and a fugitive couldn't stand against his power. "Connie!" Wolf appeared at her side, grabbing her arm. "It's too late. We have to go." "No! We can save some of it. It's gone." His grip was bruising as he dragged her away from the burning building. "All of it's gone." She let him pull her toward the house, but she couldn't stop looking back at the flames. A winter's worth of feed, lost in minutes. Without hay to feed the cattle through the cold months, they'd have to sell them or watch them starve. "How?" she asked, her voice barely audible above the crackling flames. "Fourth man. Must have been waiting in the hills while the others kept us distracted." Wolf's face was grim in the firelight. Professional job. They knew exactly what they were doing. "What about Murdoch and the others?" "Gone. Soon as the fire started, they rode off." Wolf watched the flames consume their work, his expression unreadable. Message delivered. They stood in the rain, watching their hopes burn, and Connie felt something harden inside her. This was war, pure and simple. Garrett had made that clear tonight. "We'll rebuild," she said quietly. Wolf looked at her in surprise. "Connie, we'll rebuild, and we'll make this ranch work. I don't care what it takes." She turned to face him, rain streaming down her face like tears. "You asked me earlier if I was willing to risk rustling cattle. The answer is yes. Whatever it takes to beat Garrett, I'm willing to do it." Wolf stared at her for a long moment, then slowly smiled. "Mrs. McKenna, I think you might just be dangerous enough to pull this off." As the barn burned behind them, Connie felt something shift inside her. The pampered banker's wife was truly dead now, burned away with the hay. What emerged from the ashes was someone harder, someone willing to fight for what was hers, and with Wolf Whitehorse at her side, she was beginning to think they might actually win. But first, they had to survive long enough to fight back, and judging by tonight's attack, Garrett was just getting started. Chapter 5. Building together. Connie's shoulder ached from the rifle's recoil, but she kept the weapon steady as Wolf had taught her, squinting down the barrel at the tin can perched on the fence post 50 yards away. She held her breath, squeezed the trigger slowly, and felt a surge of satisfaction as the can went spinning into the dirt. "Better," Wolf said from behind her, but she could hear the smile in his voice. "You're getting the feel of it." She turned to find him leaning against the corral fence, his arms crossed and an expression of genuine pride on his face. 3 weeks had passed since the barn fire, and in that time he'd been relentless in his efforts to transform her from a helpless city woman into someone who could hold her own on a frontier ranch. "Again?" she asked, though her arm was trembling from fatigue. "Enough for today. You're already better than most men I know." Wolf straightened and walked over to take the rifle from her hands. "Besides, we've got work to do." The work never seemed to end. Each morning brought new challenges: cattle to be moved, fences to be mended, predators to be dealt with. But under Wolf's patient tutelage, Connie was learning to see the ranch as he did, not as an impossible burden, but as a living thing that responded to proper care. "Show me again how you can tell which cows are ready to drop their calves," she said, as they walked toward the small herd grazing near the creek. Wolf's eyes swept over the animals with practiced ease. "See how that red cow is standing apart from the others? And the way she keeps looking back at her flanks? She'll calve within the week. And the black one with the white face? Still got a month or more. Look at how she carries herself. Belly's not dropped yet. And she's still moving easy." Wolf pointed to another animal. "That one there, though, she's got maybe 2 weeks. See how her udder's starting to fill?" Connie studied the cattle, trying to see what Wolf saw so effortlessly. It was like learning a new language, she thought. One spoken in subtle signs and instinctive knowledge passed down through generations. My mother could do the same thing with horses, Wolf said quietly. One look and she'd know if a mare was with foal, how far along she was, even if the birth would be difficult. It was the first time he'd volunteered information about his family since the night in the barn. Connie glanced at him sideways, not wanting to push, but hoping he might say more. She was Lakota? She asked carefully. Minneconjou band. Her name was Winona. It means firstborn daughter. Wolf's voice carried a warmth she rarely heard when he spoke of the past. She was training to be a medicine woman when my father met her. How did they meet? Wolf was quiet for so long that Connie thought he might not answer. They reached the creek bank and he knelt to check the water level, running his fingers through the clear current. My father was Colonel Marcus Whitehorse, career cavalry officer. In 1840, he was sent to negotiate a treaty with the Minneconjou. My mother was chosen to translate because she spoke English, learned it from missionaries. Wolf's mouth quirked in a bitter smile. Supposed to be a temporary assignment. 6 months, maybe a year, but he stayed longer. He stayed 3 years, fell in love with her, with the land, with a way of life he'd never imagined. Wolf straightened, his eyes distant with memory. They were married in both traditions, white ceremony at the fort, Lakota ceremony in her village. For a while, it seemed like it might work. Connie waited, sensing there was more to the story. Wolf began walking again, following the creek upstream toward the mountains. What happened? Washington happened. New policies, new commanders who didn't approve of officers taking Indian wives. My father was given a choice, abandon my mother and return to civilized duty or resign his commission. Wolf's voice hardened. He chose love. We lived with my mother's people until I was 12. And then? Then he was recalled. Offered his rank back if he'd return to the army and pretend his Indian family didn't exist. Wolf stopped abruptly, his hands clenching into fists. He took it, said it was temporary, that he'd find a way to come back for us, but temporary stretched into forever. The pain in his voice made Connie's chest tight. Without thinking, she reached out and touched his arm. I'm sorry. My mother never stopped believing he'd return. Even when the Indian Wars started getting worse, even when his name started appearing in reports about battles against the Lakota, she insisted there had to be some mistake. Wolf's laugh was harsh. She died, still waiting for him. They walked in silence for a while, following the creek toward a stand of cottonwoods that marked the northern boundary of the ranch. The afternoon sun slanted through the golden leaves, and Connie could hear the distant lowing of cattle. Is that why you became a scout? She asked eventually. To try to bridge the two worlds? Partly. Also because I was good at it. Better than most white men at reading sign, better than most Indians at understanding how the army thought. Wolf's expression was grim. I thought I could help prevent some of the worst atrocities, maybe find peaceful solutions. I was naive. You were hopeful. There's a difference. Wolf looked at her with surprise. Most people would say I was a fool. Most people haven't tried to build a life between two worlds. Connie stepped closer, close enough to see the gold flecks in his amber eyes. You tried to do something impossible and nearly succeeded. That takes courage, not foolishness. Something shifted in Wolf's expression. The carefully maintained distance he kept between himself and the world, seeming to crack. How do you do that? Do what? Make me believe I might be worth saving. The words hung between them, vulnerable and raw. Connie felt her heart skip as she reached up to touch his face, marveling at the way he leaned into her palm. Because you are worth saving. Because despite everything that's happened to you, you're still trying to protect someone weaker than yourself. Because you've spent weeks teaching me to survive without asking for anything in return. I'm asking now, Wolf said quietly, his hand covering hers where it rested against his cheek. What are you asking for? Instead of answering with words, he kissed her. Not the desperate, storm-driven kiss from the barn, but something deeper and more deliberate, a claiming that made her pulse race and her knees weak. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Wolf rested his forehead against hers. I'm asking for the right to love you, even though I can't promise you tomorrow, even though I might have to leave without warning, even though... Connie silenced him with another kiss. pouring all her answer into the contact. When she pulled back, her voice was steady despite the tears threatening to spill over. "Yes," she said simply. "To all of it. Yes." Wolf's arms came around her then, strong and sure, and she felt something settle into place deep in her chest. This was right, she realized. Whatever came after, whatever storms they'd have to weather, this moment was exactly right. They made love there in the golden afternoon light, hidden from the world by the screen of cottonwoods. Wolf was gentle at first, almost reverent, as if he couldn't quite believe she was real. But when Connie pulled him closer, her own need, urgent and undeniable, his control shattered. Afterward, they lay tangled together on Wolf's coat, watching clouds drift across the October sky. Connie traced patterns on his chest, marveling at the play of muscle beneath bronze skin. "Tell me something else about your mother," she said softly. Wolf was quiet for a moment, his fingers combing through her auburn hair. She could gentle any horse, no matter how wild. Had a way of speaking to them, not just words, but something deeper. They trusted her instantly. "She sounds remarkable." She was. Beautiful, wise, patient to a fault. Wolf's voice grew soft with memory. "She used to say that love was like water. It always finds a way through the hardest stone given enough time. Smart woman. She would have liked you," Wolf said, pressing a kiss to the top of Connie's head. "Would have said you had a warrior's heart in a lady's body." Connie smiled at that, though it made her chest ache to think of the woman she'd never meet. "What else did she teach you?" "How to read the land, the weather, the animals. How to find water in the desert and shelter in a storm. How to see the connections between all living things." Wolf paused. "And how to endure when endurance seems impossible." "Is that what you're doing now? Enduring?" Wolf shifted so he could look into her face. "No, for the first time in 3 years I'm living." The next few weeks passed in a blur of hard work and stolen moments. Wolf's knowledge of ranching seemed limitless. He showed Connie how to read the subtle signs that indicated sickness in cattle, how to predict weather changes by watching the behavior of birds, how to manage water rights and grazing rotation to keep the land healthy. But it was the personal lessons that meant the most to her. He taught her to sit a horse like she was born to it, to move cattle with patience rather than force, to shoot with deadly accuracy when necessary. "The secret," he said one afternoon as they worked together to separate a sick calf from the herd, "is to think like the animals. Cattle are prey animals. They want to stay together for safety. You work with that instinct, not against it." Connie watched as he positioned himself to block the calf's escape route while giving it an easy path toward the makeshift pen they'd built. "Like chess," she said suddenly. Wolf grinned. "Exactly like chess. You think 3 moves ahead, anticipate what they'll do before they do it." The calf, a red heifer with white markings, seemed to consider her options before trotting obediently into the pen. Wolf latched the gate and turned to Connie with obvious pride. "6 months ago? Could you have imagined doing that?" Connie laughed, still amazed at how much her life had changed. 6 months ago, I couldn't even saddle a horse without help. Now look at me." "I am looking," Wolf said, his voice dropping to that husky tone that never failed to make her pulse quicken. "And I like what I see." He was right. She had changed. The pale, frightened widow who'd arrived at the ranch was gone, replaced by someone stronger and more confident. Her hands were calloused now, her skin tanned from long days in the sun. She could rope a stray, doctor a sick animal, and hit a target at 100 yards. But the most important change was deeper than skill or competence. For the first time in her life, she felt truly useful, truly necessary. The ranch needed her, not her money or her social connections, but her hands and her heart and her stubborn determination to make it work. "There's something else I want to teach you," Wolf said that evening as they sat on the porch, watching the sunset paint the mountains purple and gold. "What's that?" "How to track. If you're going to live out here, you need to know what's moving through your land and why." The next morning, he led her to a muddy patch near the creek and showed her how to read the stories written in the soft earth, the delicate hoofprints of deer, the padded tracks of a coyote, the drag marks where a snake had passed. "Here," Wolf said, kneeling beside a clear set of prints. "What do you see?" Connie studied the marks carefully. "Horse tracks. Shod, so not wild. Moving fast, the prints are deep and far apart. Good, what else?" She looked more closely, trying to see with Wolf's eyes. 3 horses, I think. And they're fresh, maybe from last night. Very good. Now, which direction were they heading? Connie followed the trail with her eyes, her stomach clenching as she realized where it led, toward the house. "They were watching us." Wolf nodded grimly. "Garrett's men. They've been scouting the ranch for days, looking for weaknesses." "Why haven't you said anything?" "Because there was nothing to be done about it except stay alert. But now you can read sign for yourself. You'll know when unwelcome visitors have been around." That afternoon, Wolf showed her other skills: how to move silently through brush, how to use natural cover to remain unseen, how to disappear into landscape that seemed to offer no concealment at all. "My mother's people called it becoming one with the earth," he explained as they crouched behind a fallen log, invisible to anyone more than 10 feet away. "It's not about hiding. It's about belonging so completely to the land that you're part of it." Connie tried to absorb the lesson, but she was distracted by Wolf's proximity, by the warmth of his body beside hers and the way his voice sent shivers down her spine when he spoke softly in her ear. "Are you paying attention?" he asked, and she could hear amusement in his tone. "I'm trying," she admitted, "but it's hard to concentrate when you're so close." Wolf's laugh was low and warm. "In that case, maybe we should continue this lesson somewhere more private." They made their way back to the house, but they didn't make it past the front porch before Wolf's control snapped. He pressed her against the wall beside the door, his mouth finding hers with hungry desperation. "Connie," he groaned against her lips, "I can't get enough of you." She understood the feeling completely. Every touch, every kiss only seemed to fuel the fire between them. She threaded her fingers through his dark hair, holding him close as he trailed kisses down her throat. "Inside," she managed to gasp, "before the neighbors start talking." Wolf's laugh was breathless. "What neighbors? The nearest ranch is 15 miles away." But he swept her into his arms anyway, carrying her across the threshold like a new bride. The gesture made her heart skip, even as she told herself not to read too much into it. Wolf had made no promises, spoken no words of permanent commitment. This was passion, pure and simple, born of shared danger and mutual need. But as he laid her gently on the bed and began to worship her body with hands and mouth, Connie allowed herself to dream of a future where this wasn't just stolen moments, but a lifetime of love. Later, as they lay entwined in the fading light, Wolf traced lazy patterns on her bare shoulder. "There's something I need to tell you," he said quietly. Connie tensed, recognizing the tone. "What is it?" "A man came by while you were in town yesterday. Said he was looking for work, but something about him didn't sit right. Asked too many questions about you, about how long I'd been here." Fear crawled up Connie's spine. "You think he was—" "Army, most likely. Or a bounty hunter." Wolf's arm tightened around her. "They're getting closer, Connie. I can feel it." She turned in his arms, studying his face in the dim light. "What does that mean?" "It means I might have to leave. Soon." The words seemed to cost him enormous effort. "I won't bring trouble down on your head. You've worked too hard to build something here." "No." The word came out sharper than she'd intended. "You're not leaving. We'll figure something else out." "There is no something else. When the army wants someone, they don't give up." Wolf's voice was gentle but implacable. "I've had 3 years to accept that. You need to accept it too." But Connie wasn't ready to accept anything. Not when she'd finally found love, finally found a partner who saw her as an equal. She'd lost too much already. Her husband, her home, her old life. She wasn't going to lose Wolf without a fight. "How long do we have?" she asked. "I don't know. Could be days, could be weeks." Connie nodded, her mind already racing. "Then we make the most of whatever time we have." "And we prepare?" "Prepare for what?" She looked into his amber eyes, letting him see the steel beneath her love. "For war. If Garrett thinks he can drive us out, and the army thinks they can take you away, They're about to learn that we're not the same people we were when this started." Wolf stared at her for a long moment, then slowly smiled. "Mrs. McKenna, you continue to amaze me." "Just wait," she said, pulling him down for another kiss. "I'm just getting started." Outside their window, the wind picked up, carrying the scent of snow from the distant mountains. Winter was coming, and with it, the challenges that would test everything they'd built together. But for now, they had this moment, this perfect crystalline moment when love seemed stronger than fear and the future felt full of possibilities. Whatever came next, they would face it together. And that, Connie thought, as Wolf's hands found her again, was worth fighting for. Chapter 6. Community and Conflict. The leather pouch of coins clinked satisfyingly as Connie counted out payment for her supplies at Henderson's general store. Behind the counter, Samuel Henderson watched with barely concealed amazement as the money piled up. More cash than he'd seen from her in all her previous visits combined. $43 even, she said, sliding the coins across the scarred wooden counter. "That covers everything on my list plus the extra feed for winter." Henderson scooped up the money with hands that trembled slightly. "Yes, ma'am, that it does." He paused, clearly struggling with something. "Mrs. McKenna, I don't mean to pry, but folks are wondering, how exactly are you managing to make the ranch pay? Most operations around here are barely breaking even." Connie smiled pleasantly, though she could see the suspicious glances from other customers in the store. "Hard work, Mr. Henderson." "And good help." The mention of Wolf brought a familiar tension to the room. Since their partnership had begun showing results, the townspeople's attitude toward her had shifted from pity to grudging respect, tinged with wariness. They couldn't deny her success, but they clearly didn't understand it. "That half-breed working for you," Mrs. Henderson called from behind a display of canned goods. "Folks say he's got an uncommon way with cattle." "Mr. Whitehorse is an excellent ranch hand," Connie replied evenly. "How fortunate to have him." The older woman's lips pursed in disapproval. "Fortunate, maybe, but is it proper? A young widow living alone with a man like that?" Heat flooded Connie's cheeks, but she kept her voice level. "Mr. Whitehorse has his own quarters in the bunkhouse. Our arrangement is purely professional." It was a lie, of course, but one she felt no guilt about telling. The truth of her relationship with Wolf was nobody's business but theirs. Still, Mrs. Henderson persisted, people talk. Especially with the harvest dance coming up, folks are wondering if you'll be attending. The harvest dance, Connie had heard about it, an annual celebration held in the church hall to mark the end of the growing season. Under normal circumstances, she would have looked forward to the social interaction, the chance to feel part of the community. But these weren't normal circumstances. "I hadn't decided," she said carefully. "Well, you should come," Henderson said, surprising her. "You've earned your place in this community, Mrs. McKenna. Don't let gossips and busybodies tell you otherwise." As Connie loaded her supplies into the wagon, she noticed Deputy Marshal Tom Bradshaw approaching from across the street. Her stomach clenched. She'd managed to avoid the lawman since Wolf's arrival, but her luck appeared to have run out. "Mrs. McKenna?" Bradshaw touched his hat brim politely. "Hear tell your ranch is doing well these days." "Well enough," she replied cautiously. "That's good to hear. Real good." Bradshaw's eyes swept over her loaded wagon, taking note of the quantity and quality of her purchases. "Must be nice to have reliable help." "It is. This helper of yours, Whitehorse, isn't it? He wouldn't happen to be the same fellow the Army's been asking about, would he?" Connie's blood turned to ice, but she forced her expression to remain neutral. "I'm sure I wouldn't know. Mr. Whitehorse has never mentioned any military service." Bradshaw studied her face carefully. "Well, if he did happen to be a former cavalry scout, hypothetically speaking, you might want to know that there are people looking for him. People with badges and arrest warrants." The threat was clear, despite the careful phrasing. Connie met his gaze steadily. "Deputy Bradshaw, if someone on my ranch were wanted by the law, I'm sure you'd do your duty and arrest them. Since you haven't, I can only assume that my employees are all law-abiding citizens." Bradshaw's mouth quirked in what might have been admiration. "You're a clever woman, Mrs. McKenna." But clever can be dangerous if you're not careful who you're clever with. I'll keep that in mind. The ride back to the ranch felt endless. Every mile stretched her nerves tighter, and by the time she spotted Wolf working the horses in the corral, her hands were white-knuckled on the reins. He looked up as she approached, and his expression immediately grew concerned. "What's wrong? Deputy Bradshaw knows who you are." The words tumbled out in a rush. "Emil didn't arrest you, but he made it clear that he could if he wanted to." Wolf's face went carefully blank, the mask he wore when processing dangerous information. "What exactly did he say?" Connie repeated the conversation word for word, watching Wolf's expression grow grimmer with each detail. When she finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "He's fishing," Wolf said finally. "Suspects, but doesn't know for certain. Otherwise, you're right, he would have arrested me already. What do we do?" "Nothing different. We keep working, keep our heads down, and hope the trail goes cold again." Wolf helped her down from the wagon, his hands lingering on her waist. "But Connie, you need to understand. This changes things. If I'm officially identified as a wanted man, anyone helping me becomes an accessory. You could go to prison." "Let me worry about that." "I am worrying about it." Wolf's grip tightened. "I won't let you throw your life away for me." Connie looked into his amber eyes and saw the fear there. Not for himself, but for her. "James Whitehorse, you listen to me. I'm not some helpless flower who doesn't know her own mind. I'm a grown woman who's chosen to stand by the man she loves, whatever the consequences." Something flickered in Wolf's expression at her casual use of the word love. They'd been dancing around it for weeks, showing it in actions but rarely speaking it aloud. "Connie." "No." She pressed her fingers to his lips. "Don't you dare try to noble me out of this. We're partners, remember? In everything." Wolf caught her hand and kissed her palm, his eyes never leaving hers. "Partners," he agreed softly. That evening, as they sat on the porch watching the sunset, Connie brought up the harvest dance. "Mrs. Henderson asked if I was planning to attend," she said, studying Wolf's profile in the fading light. "Are you? I'd like to. I've been isolated out here for months, and it would be nice to feel part of the community." She paused. "The question is whether you'd be willing to escort me." Wolf turned to look at her, surprise clear on his face. "Connie, you know what kind of reception we'd get. A white woman with a half-breed. They'd treat you like a pariah." "Let them try." Connie's voice was steady, though her heart was hammering. "I'm tired of hiding what we are. If we're going to build a life together, we need to stop acting like we're ashamed of it." "I'm not ashamed," Wolf said quietly, "but I know what prejudice can do to someone's reputation. You've worked too hard to earn their respect to throw it away on a dance." "Their respect isn't worth having if it depends on me pretending you don't exist." Connie reached for his hand. "Besides, maybe it's time they learned that Wolf Whitehorse isn't the monster they think he is." Wolf was quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing patterns on her palm. "All right," he said finally. "If that's what you want, I'll take you to their dance. But don't say I didn't warn you." The night of the harvest dance, Connie spent an hour getting ready, choosing her best dress, a deep blue silk that brought out her eyes, and arranging her hair in the elaborate style she'd favored in Denver. When she emerged from the bedroom, Wolf's sharp intake of breath told her the effort had been worthwhile. "You look beautiful," he said, his voice rough with appreciation. He'd made an effort too, she noticed. His dark hair was neatly tied back, and he wore a clean white shirt with a black string tie and his best pants. The result was devastating. He looked every inch the gentleman, despite the prejudice he'd face. "Ready?" he asked, offering his arm. Connie smiled and placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. "Ready." The church hall was already crowded when they arrived, filled with the sounds of laughter and fiddle music. Conversations died abruptly as they entered, replaced by the kind of charged silence that meant everyone was staring. Wolf's arm tensed beneath her hand, but his expression remained calm as he escorted her into the room. Connie kept her chin high and her smile firmly in place, acknowledging the shocked stares with polite nods. "Mrs. McKenna." Reverend Phillips approached them with obvious unease. How nice to see you, and Mr. Whitehorse, isn't it? Reverend, Wolf replied evenly. Thank you for including us in your celebration. The minister's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Of course, of course. All are welcome in God's house. The words were right, but his tone suggested he was reconsidering that policy. Before he could say anything else, Samuel Henderson appeared at Connie's elbow. Mrs. McKenna, you look lovely tonight. His greeting was genuinely warm, though she noticed he didn't extend it to Wolf. May I say? The whole town's been impressed with what you've accomplished at the Double M. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. I couldn't have done it without excellent help. She squeezed Wolf's arm slightly. Mr. Whitehorse has been invaluable. Henderson's smile became strained. Yes, well, would you care for some punch? As he led them toward the refreshment table, Connie became aware of the whispered conversations following in their wake. The words were mostly inaudible, but the tone was unmistakable: scandal, disapproval, titillating speculation. Having second thoughts? Wolf murmured in her ear. Not a one, she replied firmly. The first real test came when the dancing began. Wolf had been standing against the wall, politely declining offers of punch and conversation, when the fiddle player struck up a waltz. Around them, couples began forming on the small dance floor. Mrs. McKenna, a voice said behind them. Connie turned to find Dr. Morrison, the town physician, offering a slight bow. Would you honor me with this dance? It was clearly a rescue attempt, Morrison trying to spare her the social catastrophe of dancing with Wolf. Connie felt Wolf start to step back, preparing to gracefully withdraw. Thank you, doctor, but I already have a partner. She turned to Wolf with a bright smile. James? For a heartbeat, Wolf looked like he might refuse. Then he straightened and offered his hand with quiet dignity. It would be my pleasure. The waltz floor seemed to part around them like the Red Sea as Wolf led her onto the dance floor. Connie was vaguely aware of shocked gasps and muttered comments, but all her attention was focused on the man holding her. Wolf danced beautifully. Not surprising, really, since he did everything with fluid grace. But there was something magical about moving with him to the music, feeling the strength of his arms around her while the world watched. You realize we've just scandalized the entire county, Wolf said softly as they turned. Good, Connie replied. Maybe now they'll stop pretending they don't know exactly what's between us. And what exactly is between us? Wolf's amber eyes were intense, searching her face. The question caught her off guard. They'd been lovers for weeks, partners in every sense, but they'd never defined what they were to each other. I don't know, she admitted. What do you want it to be? Everything, Wolf said simply. I want it to be everything. The waltz ended, but they remained on the floor for the next dance, and the next. Other couples gradually joined them, though Connie noticed they maintained a careful distance, as if whatever Wolf had might be contagious. It was during the fourth dance that trouble arrived, in the form of Jake Murdoch. Well, Murdoch's voice cut through the music like a blade. Look what we have here, the lady rancher and her pet Indian. Wolf's body went rigid, but he didn't stop dancing. Ignore him, he said quietly, but Murdoch wasn't finished. Must be nice, Whitehorse, having a woman to hide behind. Heard tell the army's been asking questions about you. This time Wolf did stop dancing, turning slowly to face Murdoch. The music faltered and died as other dancers became aware of the confrontation. You got something to say to me, Murdoch? Wolf's voice was deadly calm. Just wondering how long you think you can keep running. Murdoch's hand rested casually on his gun butt. Justice has a way of catching up to a man, especially a murdering half-breed. The hall had gone completely silent now. Connie felt Wolf's muscles bunch beneath her hands, saw the familiar cold fury settle over his features. That's enough. Reverend Philip stepped between them, his face pale but determined. This is a house of God, and I'll have no violence here. Violence? Murdoch's smile was cruel. Reverend, there ain't gonna be no violence. Our friend Wolf here knows better than to start a fight he can't finish. The only thing I know, Wolf said quietly, is that you're lucky there are ladies present. Otherwise, you and I would be finishing something we started a long time ago. For a moment, the two men stared at each other with naked hatred. Then Murdoch laughed and deliberately spat on the floor. Enjoy your dancing, folks. Just remember, you're consorting with a wanted killer." He touched his hat brim in a mocking salute. "Mrs. McKenna, when you come to your senses, Mr. Garrett's offer still stands." With that, he swaggered out of the hall, leaving behind a silence thick with tension and speculation. "I think," Wolf said quietly, "it's time we left." The ride home passed in uncomfortable silence. Connie could feel Wolf withdrawing into himself, building the walls that had taken her months to break down. By the time they reached the ranch, she was ready to explode with frustration. "Are you going to talk to me, or are you planning to brood all night?" she asked as they unhitched the wagon. "Nothing to talk about, really? Because it seems to me that we just made our relationship public knowledge in the most dramatic way possible, and now you're acting like you regret it." Wolf finished with the horses before turning to face her. In the moonlight, his expression was unreadable. "I don't regret tonight. But Murdoch was right about one thing. Justice is catching up with me. And when it does, I don't want you caught in the crossfire." "Stop it." Connie moved closer, close enough to see the pain in his amber eyes. "Stop trying to protect me from my own choices." "Connie?" "No." She pressed her hands to his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. "I'm tired of dancing around this. I love you, James Whitehorse, not despite what you are, but because of it. You're honorable and brave and gentle, and I don't care what the army thinks you did." Wolf stared at her for a long moment, then pulled her into his arms with fierce desperation. "God help me, I love you too. More than my own life, more than my freedom." This time when he kissed her, there was no hesitation, no careful control. This was raw need and desperate love, and the knowledge that their time together might be limited. "Come with me," Connie whispered against his lips. They walked hand in hand to their favorite spot by the creek, where a stand of cottonwoods created a natural shelter beneath the star-filled sky. Wolf spread his coat on the ground, and they sank down together, mouths fused, hands urgent with need. "I want to see you," Wolf said, his voice rough with desire. "All of you, under the stars." Connie helped him undo the tiny buttons of her dress, gasping as the cool night air touched her skin. But Wolf's hands were warm, reverent, as he worshipped her body with touch and taste. When he rose above her, his bronze skin silvered by moonlight, she thought she'd never seen anything more beautiful. "I love you," she whispered as he joined with her, the words a prayer and a promise. They moved together in perfect rhythm, two hearts beating as one under the vast Wyoming sky. When release finally claimed them, it was with an intensity that left them both shaking. Afterward, they lay entwined in the warm night air, talking in whispers about everything and nothing. It was Wolf who finally broached the subject they'd been avoiding. "Marry me," he said suddenly. Connie's heart stopped. "What?" "Marry me." Wolf propped himself up on one elbow, his expression serious. "I know I can't offer you much. No security, no guarantees, but I can offer you my heart, my loyalty, my protection, for as long as I'm able to give it." Tears pricked at Connie's eyes. It was everything she'd dreamed of hearing, but something in his tone made her hesitate. "James, what aren't you telling me?" Wolf's expression shuddered slightly. "What do you mean?" "There's something else. Something you're not saying." Connie sat up, pulling his shirt around her shoulders. "I can feel it. You're holding something back." For a long moment, Wolf was silent. When he finally spoke, his voice was carefully neutral. "I told you about my past, about why I'm running." "Yes, but..." Connie searched his face in the moonlight. "There's more, isn't there? Something you haven't told me?" Wolf looked away, and in that gesture, Connie saw confirmation of her fears. Whatever secret he was keeping, it was big enough to make him hesitate even now, even after declaring his love. "James," she said softly, "what is it?" "Nothing that changes how I feel about you." Wolf's voice was firm, but he still wouldn't meet her eyes. "Nothing that matters." But it did matter. Connie could sense it in every line of his body, in the way he held himself, apart, even as he spoke of marriage. Whatever Wolf was hiding, it was something that could destroy them. "Will you marry me?" he asked again, finally looking at her. Connie stared into his amber eyes, seeing love and desperation and something that might have been guilt. Every instinct told her to demand the truth before she answered, but the vulnerability in his expression, the way his hands trembled as he waited for her response, broke down her resistance. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, I'll marry you." Wolf's relief was palpable as he pulled her into his arms again. "Thank you," he said against her hair. "Thank you for trusting me." But as they held each other under the stars, Connie couldn't shake the feeling that her trust might be misplaced. Wolf was keeping something from her, something important enough to make him propose marriage while his eyes held shadows of guilt. She loved him enough to say yes despite her doubts. The question was whether that love would be enough to survive whatever truth he was hiding. As they dressed and made their way back to the house, Connie tried to push aside her fears and focus on the joy of the moment. She was engaged to the man she loved, and for now, that had to be enough. But in the back of her mind, a small voice whispered that secrets had a way of destroying even the strongest love. And Wolf Whitehorse was definitely keeping secrets. The only question was how devastating they would be when they finally came to light. Chapter 7. Victory against the odds. The kitchen table was covered with maps, ledger books, and coffee-stained papers as Connie studied the figures one more time. Outside, the November wind howled around the house, but inside, the warmth from the stove couldn't quite dispel the chill of desperation that had settled in her bones. 47 head, she said, tapping her pencil against the columns of numbers. If we can get them to market in Cheyenne, we'll clear enough to pay the taxes and have money left over for winter supplies. Wolf looked up from where he was cleaning his rifle at the other end of the table. That's assuming we can get them there. Garrett's not going to just let us drive cattle through his territory without a fight. Then we don't go through his territory. Connie traced a route on the map with her finger. What about the Northern Trail? It's longer, but it stays on open range. Northern Trail adds 3 days to the drive, and the weather's turning. We could get caught in an early blizzard. Wolf set down his rifle and moved to study the map over her shoulder. His proximity sent familiar warmth through her, even in the midst of their planning. Besides, 47 head isn't enough cattle for a drive that size. We'd need at least twice that many to make it profitable. Connie leaned back against his chest, drawing comfort from his solid presence. So we find more cattle. From where? We've already gathered every stray on your land. She was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then an idea began to form. Dangerous, probably foolish, but potentially brilliant. Not just my land. What if we weren't the only ones making the drive? Wolf's hand stilled on her shoulders. What do you mean? I mean, Garrett's been squeezing all the smaller ranchers, not just us. The Kowalskis lost half their herd to rustlers last month. The O'Briens had their water rights challenged in court. Tom Peterson's been forced to sell his cattle for half their worth because he can't get them to market. And, Connie turned in her chair to face him, excitement building in her voice. And what if they didn't have to face Garrett alone? What if we organized a cooperative drive, pool our cattle, share the costs and risks, and split the profits according to how many head each person contributes? Wolf stared at her for a long moment, his amber eyes thoughtful. It could work, he said slowly. Safety in numbers, and Garrett couldn't pick us off one by one. Exactly. Connie stood up, pacing to the window as the plan took shape in her mind. But we'd have to move fast. Winter's coming, and if we wait much longer, we won't be able to make the drive at all. And you think the other ranchers will go along with it? Only one way to find out. Connie grabbed her coat from the peg by the door. Let's go pay some visits. The Kowalski Ranch was their first stop, a small operation nestled in a valley 15 miles south of the Double M. Stefan Kowalski was a Polish immigrant who'd been struggling to make a go of ranching since his arrival 3 years earlier. When Connie and Wolf explained their proposal, his weathered face lit up with hope. Is good idea, he said in his heavily accented English. Alone we are like mice facing the cat. Together maybe we become the cat, eh? His wife Anna was more cautious. What if Garrett sends his men to stop the drive? People could be killed. People are already being killed. Wolf said quietly. Just slowly, by starvation and bankruptcy instead of bullets. At least this way we fight back. The O'Briens were next, an Irish family whose small herd had been depleted by mysterious disappearances and convenient accidents. Patrick O'Brien listened to their proposal with the skeptical expression of a man who'd been burned before. "And why should we trust you?" he asked bluntly. "Begging your pardon, Mrs. McKenna, but you're still an outsider here. And him," he jerked his chin toward Wolf, "half the county thinks he's a wanted man." "Because we're the only ones offering you a real chance to save your ranch," Connie replied calmly. "Garrett's going to drive you out either way. This way, you at least have a fighting chance." It took 2 hours of discussion, but eventually O'Brien agreed to contribute his 23 head to the drive. Tom Peterson was easier to convince. The elderly rancher had already lost his son to the army and his wife to pneumonia, and had little left to lose. By the end of the week, they had commitments from 6 small ranchers representing nearly 200 head of cattle. The drive would be challenging, but it was feasible. The real test came when Garrett got wind of their plans. Connie was in the barn checking on a lame horse when she heard the thunder of approaching hoofbeats. Through the open door, she could see a dust cloud moving fast toward the ranch. Too fast for friendly visitors. "Wolf," she called, but he was already emerging from the house, rifle in hand. The riders pulled up in the yard in a cloud of dust and jingling spurs. Silas Garrett himself led the group, a tall, imposing man in his 50s with silver-streaked hair and cold gray eyes. Behind him rode Jake Murdoch and 3 other men Connie didn't recognize. "Mrs. McKenna," Garrett said, touching his hat brim in a gesture that somehow managed to be more insulting than polite. "I believe we need to talk." Wolf moved to stand beside her, his rifle held casually but ready. "Mr. Garrett, what brings you to our ranch?" "Our ranch?" Garrett's eyebrows rose. Interesting phrasing, considering this is legally Mrs. McKenna's property. Unless there's been some change in the ownership I'm not aware of. Connie felt heat rise in her cheeks but kept her voice steady. "Mr. Whitehorse is my partner in all ranch operations." What he meant was perfectly clear. Partner. Garrett's smile was cold. "Yes, I imagine he is. The question is, what kind of partnership are we talking about?" The implication was clear and deliberately insulting. Wolf's knuckles whitened on his rifle, but his voice remained calm. "The kind that's none of your business." "Oh, but I think it is my business." Garrett dismounted with the fluid grace of a man comfortable in the saddle. "You see, Mrs. McKenna, your partner and I have a history. Don't we, Wolf?" Something flickered in Wolf's expression. Surprise, wariness, or perhaps recognition. "Do we? Come now, surely you remember Colonel Marcus Whitehorse. Fine officer, served with distinction until that unfortunate business with the Indian woman." Garrett's smile was razor-sharp. "Tragic, really. Career officer throwing everything away for a savage. Though I suppose it runs in the family." Connie felt Wolf go rigid beside her. "What are you getting at, Garrett?" "Just making conversation about family history. Your father and I served together, you know, before he went native, that is." Garrett's tone was conversational, but there was venom beneath the surface. "Of course, that was before I knew his half-breed son would grow up to be a murderer." "That's enough," Wolf said, his voice deadly quiet. "Is it? Because I think Mrs. McKenna deserves to know exactly who she's partnering with. Tell her, Wolf. Tell her about Fort Laramie. Tell her about what really happened to Colonel Morrison." Connie looked between the 2 men, sensing undercurrents she didn't understand. "James, what is he talking about?" "Nothing that concerns you," Wolf said, but she could hear the strain in his voice. "Oh, but it does concern her," Garrett continued, "especially since she's planning this foolish cattle drive. You see, Mrs. McKenna, your partner here isn't just a wanted man. He's a wanted man with connections to some very unsavory characters, the kind who might, say, rustle cattle to stock a drive, the kind who might know where to find unbranded cattle in suspiciously large numbers." The accusation hit home like a physical blow. Connie had wondered about some of the cattle Wolf had brought to the ranch. Animals that appeared healthy and well-fed despite supposedly being strays. She'd chosen not to ask too many questions, but now those doubts came flooding back. "You're lying," she said, but the words came out less certain than she'd intended. "Am I?" "Ask him where he really gets those cattle, Mrs. McKenna. Ask him how a wanted fugitive managed to acquire a herd worth several $1,000s. Garrett remounted his horse, looking down at them with satisfaction. "And ask yourself whether you really know who you're planning to marry." The word marry hung in the air like an accusation. Connie realized with a sick feeling that their engagement was no longer a secret. Somehow, Garrett had found out. "A more thing," Garrett said as he gathered his reins. "This cattle drive you're planning, it's not going to happen. The trail to Cheyenne runs through my land, and I don't give permission for rustled cattle to cross it." "The northern trail is open range," Connie said. "Not anymore. As of yesterday, I've filed claims on the water rights along that route. Any cattle drive that tries to use those watering holes will be trespassing on my property." Garrett's smile was triumphant. "Enjoy your cattle, Mrs. McKenna. I'm sure they'll make excellent beef for your table this winter." With that, he wheeled his horse around and rode off, his men following in a cloud of dust. The silence that followed was deafening. Connie stared at the retreating riders, her mind reeling from Garrett's revelations. When she finally turned to look at Wolf, she saw guilt written clearly across his features. "Is it true?" she asked quietly. Wolf was quiet for a long moment. "Which part?" "Any of it. All of it." Connie's voice was barely above a whisper. "The cattle, your father, the things he said about Morrison." "My father was Colonel Marcus Whitehorse," Wolf said finally. "And yes, Garrett served with him. As for the rest," he shrugged, "some of the cattle I brought you weren't exactly strays." The admission hit her like a slap. "You've been rustling? I've been reclaiming cattle that were stolen in the first place. Garrett's men have been running a rustling operation for years, rebranding cattle from smaller ranches and adding them to his herds. I just returned some of them to where they belonged, but not to their original owners." Wolf's jaw tightened. Their original owners were dead or driven out of business. The cattle were just going to waste in Garrett's herds. "So you decided to steal them for us instead." "I decided to level the playing field." Wolf's voice rose slightly. "Connie, you were going to lose this ranch. We were going to lose everything we'd built together. I did what I had to do. Without telling me, without giving me a choice in the matter." Connie felt tears prick at her eyes. "How could you lie to me about something like this?" "I didn't lie. I just didn't tell you everything." "That's the same thing." The words came out sharper than she'd intended. "James, I trusted you. I believed in you when everyone else said you were a killer and a thief." "I'm not a thief," Wolf said quietly. "Not the way you're thinking." "Then what are you?" Connie's voice broke slightly. "Because right now, I don't know anymore." Wolf stared at her for a long moment, pain clear in his amber eyes. "I'm a man who loves you more than his own life. A man who would do anything, legal or not, to protect what we have together." The words should have comforted her, but instead they felt like another burden. "Even if it destroys us in the process?" Before Wolf could answer, the sound of approaching horses interrupted them. This time it was Stefan Kowalski and Patrick O'Brien, their faces grim with bad news. "Garrett's been to see us," O'Brien said without preamble. "Made it real clear what would happen if we went through with the drive." "Burned my hay shed?" Kowalski added angrily. "Said it was just a warning." Connie felt her heart sink. Without the other ranchers, they didn't have enough cattle for a profitable drive. Everything they'd planned was falling apart. "There's something else," O'Brien said reluctantly. "Garrett's offering to buy our cattle fair price, cash on the barrel. Says the offer's good until tomorrow night." It was a clever strategy, Connie realized. Give the desperate ranchers a way out that didn't require them to risk their lives, and the cooperative would collapse on its own. "What are you going to do?" she asked. O'Brien looked uncomfortable. "My family's got to eat, Mrs. McKenna. If Garrett's offering fair value, I understand." And she did, even though it felt like another betrayal. These were men with families to feed and mortgages to pay. They couldn't afford to be heroes. After the other ranchers left, Connie and Wolf stood in their yard, surrounded by the wreckage of their dreams. The cattle lowed softly in the distance, oblivious to the human drama playing out around them. "So what now?" Connie asked. Wolf was quiet for a long moment. "Now, we admit defeat, sell the cattle to Garrett if he'll have them, pay what we can on the taxes, and hope for a better year next time. And us? What about us?" Connie turned to face him, searching his features for some sign of the man she'd thought she knew. "Can we survive this? The lies, the secrets, the knowledge that our entire relationship has been built on things you haven't told me?" Wolf's expression was bleak. "I don't know. I hope so, but I don't know." That night, Connie lay awake staring at the ceiling while Wolf slept restlessly beside her. Everything felt different now. The weight of his arm across her waist, the sound of his breathing, even the familiar scent of his skin. How could she marry a man she didn't really know? How could she build a future with someone who'd kept such fundamental truths from her? But as she watched him sleep, seeing the vulnerability that only showed when his guard was down, she felt her anger begin to soften. Whatever his flaws, whatever his secrets, Wolf had saved her life and her ranch. He taught her to be strong, to fight for what she wanted. Maybe that was worth something, even if it hadn't been perfect. The answer came to her as dawn broke over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold. She slipped quietly out of bed and dressed, then made her way to the kitchen to start coffee. Wolf found her there an hour later, already dressed and studying the maps again. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Planning our cattle drive." Wolf blinked in surprise. "Connie, we talked about this without the other ranchers. Who says we need them?" She looked up from the map, her eyes bright with determination. "We've got 47 head of our own." "That's enough for a small drive, especially if we're willing to take the risks." "The northern trail is blocked." Garrett made sure of that. "Then we make our own trail." Connie's finger traced a route she'd been studying. "Through the high country, over Miller's Pass. It's dangerous, especially this time of year, but it's possible." Wolf stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. "Connie, that trail hasn't been used for cattle in 20 years. The terrain is brutal, and if we get caught in a storm, then we get caught in a storm. But if we make it through, we'll clear enough money to save the ranch and have enough left over to start fresh." She stood up and moved to stand in front of him. "James, I'm tired of playing by Garrett's rules. I'm tired of being afraid. If we're going to lose everything anyway, let's at least go down fighting." Wolf searched her face, looking for some sign that she was joking. "You're serious?" "Dead serious, unless you're afraid." It was a challenge, and they both knew it. Wolf's pride had been battered by Garrett's revelations, and Connie was offering him a chance to prove himself, to her and to himself. "I'm not afraid," he said quietly. "But I am practical. A drive through Miller's Pass in November is suicide. Maybe, or maybe it's salvation." Connie stepped closer, close enough to see the gold flecks in his amber eyes. "Either way, it's our choice to make. Not Garrett's, not the other ranchers, ours." Wolf was quiet for a long moment, considering. Finally, he smiled. The first genuine smile she'd seen from him since Garrett's visit. "All right," he said. "But if we're going to do this, we do it right. No half measures, no second guessing. We plan every detail, prepare for every contingency, and we see it through to the end." Agreed. They spent the rest of the morning planning, mapping the route, and calculating supplies. It would be a grueling drive, 5 days through mountain terrain that would test both the cattle and their own endurance. But it was possible if they were careful and lucky. By afternoon, they were ready to begin gathering the herd. It felt good to be working together again, moving cattle with the fluid coordination they'd developed over months of partnership. Whatever secrets lay between them, this part of their relationship remained solid. That evening, as they sat on the porch watching the sunset, Wolf brought up the subject that had been hanging between them all day. "About what Garrett said," he began. "We don't have to talk about it now," Connie said. "Yes, we do. If we're going to do this drive together, if we're going to get married, You need to know everything." Wolf's voice was steady, but she could hear the effort it cost him. "My father did serve with Garrett, and yes, he did choose my mother over his career, but the rest of it, the things Garrett implied about Morrison's death, that's his version of the truth, not mine." "Then tell me your version." Wolf was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. Morrison wasn't just corrupt. He was working with Garrett. The whole rustling operation, the attacks on smaller ranchers, it was a partnership. Morrison provided army protection and looked the other way while Garrett handled the actual theft. "And you found out about it." "I found out about it and I tried to stop it. Morrison threatened to have my mother's village massacred if I interfered. When I tried to arrest him, he went for his gun." Wolf's voice was flat, emotionless. "I shot him in self-defense, but I had no way to prove the corruption. The army needed a scapegoat and a half-breed scout was convenient." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because Garrett wasn't finished with his revenge. Killing Morrison wasn't enough. He wanted to destroy everything I cared about, including you." Wolf turned to look at her, his eyes fierce. "If you marry me, you become a target. Everything you've built here becomes a target." Connie absorbed this information, understanding finally dawning. "That's why you were reluctant to propose. Not because you didn't want to marry me, but because you were trying to protect me." "Yes. And now?" Wolf's smile was grim. "Now I'm tired of running. Tired of letting Garrett dictate my life. If we're going to build something together, we need to do it on our own terms." Connie reached for his hand, their fingers intertwining naturally. "So we make the drive, we get married, and we face whatever comes next together," Wolf agreed. The next morning dawned clear and cold, perfect weather for beginning their drive. They moved the cattle out at first light, pushing them hard to put distance between themselves and any pursuit Garrett might send. The first day went smoothly, the cattle moving well on familiar terrain. But as they climbed higher into the mountains, the challenges began to mount. The trail was rough and narrow, forcing them to string the herd out in a long line. Wind whipped through the passes, carrying the promise of snow. By the third day, they were exhausted but making good time. The cattle had settled into the rhythm of the trail, and even the weather was cooperating. For the first time since leaving the ranch, Connie began to believe they might actually succeed. It was that evening, as they made camp in a sheltered valley, that Wolf brought up the subject of their future. "When we get back from Cheyenne," he said, as they sat by their small fire, "we should set a date for the wedding." Connie smiled, surprised by how good the words sounded. "What did you have in mind?" "Christmas," Wolf said immediately. "I know it's only a few weeks away, but I don't want to wait any longer than necessary." "Christmas sounds perfect." Connie leaned against his shoulder, feeling contentment wash over her. "What about children? Do you want them?" Wolf's arm tightened around her. "I want everything with you. Marriage, children, growing old together on the ranch." His voice was soft with wonder. "For the first time in years, I can actually imagine a future that doesn't involve running." "How many children?" Connie asked, caught up in the dream. "As many as you want. Boys to help work the ranch, girls with your green eyes and stubborn streak." Wolf chuckled, "Though I hope they get your common sense instead of my tendency toward trouble." They talked late into the night, planning their life together with the optimism of people who've survived their worst fears. The ranch would grow, they decided. They'd add more cattle, maybe some horses, build a proper barn to replace the one that had burned, plant a garden and fruit trees. "I want to expand the house, too," Wolf said. "Rooms for the children, maybe a proper parlor for entertaining." "Entertaining?" Connie laughed. "Who exactly are we going to entertain? The coyotes?" "Our neighbors, our friends, the people who come to respect us once we prove we belong here." Wolf's voice was confident, and Connie realized that somewhere along the way he'd stopped seeing himself as a temporary resident and started thinking of the ranch as truly home. The fourth day brought the first real test of their resolve. Snow began falling before dawn, light at first, but steadily increasing as they climbed toward Miller's Pass. The cattle grew restless, wanting to turn back toward lower ground and shelter. "We can still turn around," Wolf said as they pushed the herd up a particularly steep section of trail. "There's no shame in admitting this was too ambitious." "We're not turning around," Connie replied firmly. "We're less than a day from the pass. Once we get over that, it's downhill to Cheyenne." By afternoon, the snow was falling heavily and visibility had dropped to mere yards. They were forced to dismount and lead their horses, staying close to the cattle to keep them moving. It was exhausting, dangerous work, and more than once Connie wondered if Wolf had been right about the folly of their attempt. But as evening approached, the trail began to level out, and through the swirling snow she could see the gap that marked Miller's Pass. They'd made it to the high country. "One more push," Wolf shouted over the wind. "We can shelter on the other side." They drove the cattle through the pass just as darkness fell, emerging into a small valley that offered some protection from the storm. Working by lantern light, they managed to get the herd settled and set up their own meager camp. "We did it," Connie said, exhaustion making her voice hoarse. "We actually did it." Wolf pulled her into his arms, both of them shaking from cold and fatigue. "We're not there yet. Still got 2 days to Cheyenne. But the worst is behind us. It's all downhill from here." The next morning dawned clear and bright, the storm having blown itself out during the night. From their camp, they could see the trail winding down toward the distant plains, where Cheyenne waited. The final 2 days passed without incident. The cattle, sensing the end of their journey, moved eagerly down the mountain slopes. By the time they reached the outskirts of Cheyenne, even Connie had to admit they looked like a proper trail drive. Dusty, tired, but successful. The cattle buyer at the Cheyenne stockyards was impressed despite himself. "Nice herd," he said, walking among the animals. "Good condition, considering they've been driven this time of year." "Where'd you come from?" "Lind River Valley," Connie replied. The buyer's eyebrows rose. "Through Miller's Pass? In November? Lady, you're either crazy or desperate." "A little of both," Wolf said with a grin. The final tally exceeded their wildest hopes. After expenses, they cleared enough to pay the back taxes, buy supplies for winter, and still have money left over for improvements to the ranch. More importantly, they'd proven to themselves and anyone else who cared to notice that they couldn't be broken. On their last night in Cheyenne, they celebrated at the best restaurant in town. Wolf had bought a new shirt for the occasion, and Connie wore her blue silk dress from the harvest dance. They looked, she thought, like a couple with a future. "So," Wolf said, raising his glass of wine, "what shall we drink to?" "To victory against the odds," Connie replied, clinking her glass against his. "To partnership," Wolf added, "to love. To Christmas weddings and the future we're going to build together." They drank, and Connie felt happiness bubble up inside her like champagne. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they'd faced their first real test together and emerged victorious. Garrett had tried to break them, and they'd not only survived, but prospered. The ride back to the ranch was leisurely, both of them savoring the knowledge that they were returning home as conquering heroes. The mountains looked different now. Not like barriers to be overcome, but like old friends welcoming them back. As they crested the final hill and saw the Double M spread out below them, Connie felt her heart swell with pride. It wasn't much. A small house, some rebuilt corrals, a few outbuildings, but it was theirs, built with their own hands and defended against all comers. "Home," Wolf said softly, and the single word contained everything they'd fought for. That evening, as they sat on their porch watching the sun set over land they'd earned the right to call their own, Connie felt a peace she'd never known before. Tomorrow they would begin planning their wedding. Next year they would expand the ranch, maybe start the family they'd talked about. For now, it was enough to sit beside the man she loved and know that whatever the future held, they would face it together. They had won their first victory against impossible odds. And it felt like just the beginning. Chapter 8. The Height of Happiness. Connie's hands trembled as she fastened the tiny pearl buttons on her wedding dress. The same ivory silk she'd worn to marry Charles 7 years ago, altered and refreshed with new lace trim. She caught her reflection in the small mirror above her dresser and hardly recognized the woman staring back. Gone was the pale, frightened widow who'd arrived at the Double M Ranch 6 months ago. In her place stood someone confident and radiant, her green eyes bright with joy and anticipation. "You look beautiful, dear." Mrs. O'Brien finished arranging the simple wreath of pine boughs and winter berries in Connie's auburn hair. Despite their initial disagreements over the cattle drive, Patrick's wife had volunteered to help prepare the bride. "That man of yours won't be able to take his eyes off you." Through the window of the small room behind the church where she was dressing, Connie could hear the murmur of voices as their guests gathered. Not many. The Kowalskis, the O'Briens, Tom Peterson, the Hendersons from the general store, and a handful of other neighbors who'd come to respect what she and Wolf had built together. Even Deputy Marshal Bradshaw had come, though whether as guest or watchful lawman remained unclear. "Are you nervous?" Anna Kowalski asked, adjusting the fall of Connie's skirt. "Terrified," Connie admitted with a laugh. "But not about marrying James. About everything that comes after." It was Christmas Eve, 1873, and the small church was decorated with pine garlands and flickering candles that cast dancing shadows on the whitewashed walls. Outside, snow fell gently, blanketing Wind River Valley in pristine white that seemed to promise fresh beginnings. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Mrs. McKenna?" Reverend Philip's voice was gentle. "We're ready when you are." Connie took a deep breath, smoothed her skirts one final time, and nodded to her attendants. "I'm ready." The church was small enough that she could see Wolf clearly from the moment she stepped through the door. He stood at the altar in his best black suit, his dark hair neatly combed and his amber eyes fixed on her with an expression of wonder that made her heart skip. Beside him, Stefan Kowalski served as best man, beaming with pride at being chosen for the honor. As she walked down the short aisle, Connie was amazed at how right this felt. Unlike her first wedding, a grand affair in Denver's cathedral with hundreds of guests she barely knew, this ceremony was intimate and real. These were people who'd seen her at her worst and her best, who'd watched her transform from helpless city woman to capable rancher. Wolf's eyes never left her face as she approached, and when she reached his side, he extended his hand with a smile that made her feel like the most beautiful woman in the world. "Dearly beloved," Reverend Phillips began, his voice carrying clearly through the small space, "we are gathered here today to witness the union of James Whitehorse and Constance McKenna in holy matrimony." The words washed over her like a blessing. When it came time for vows, Wolf's voice was steady and sure. "I, James, take thee, Constance, to be my wedded wife. To have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part." Connie's voice broke slightly as she repeated the same words, overwhelmed by the depth of her commitment to this man who'd saved her in every way a person could be saved. When Reverend Phillips pronounced them husband and wife, Wolf's kiss was gentle and reverent, a promise of all the kisses to come. The small congregation erupted in applause and good-natured cheering, and Connie felt tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. The reception was held in the church hall, with Anna Kowalski's pierogi competing for attention with Mrs. Henderson's apple cake and Tom Peterson's surprisingly good fiddle playing. Wolf hardly left Connie's side, his hand at her waist or his fingers intertwined with hers, as if he couldn't quite believe she was really his wife. "To the bride and groom!" Patrick O'Brien raised his glass of punch, his Irish accent thick with emotion. "May your love be as endless as the Wyoming sky and as strong as the mountains that shelter your home." The toast was echoed by everyone present, and Connie felt surrounded by warmth and goodwill. Even Deputy Bradshaw approached to offer his congratulations, though his eyes remained watchful. "Mrs. Whitehorse," he said, testing out her new name. "I hope you'll be very happy." "Thank you, Deputy. I'm sure I will be." Bradshaw's gaze shifted to Wolf, and something unreadable passed between the two men. "Mr. Whitehorse, I don't suppose you've heard anything about that army patrol that came through last week. They were asking questions about a former scout." Wolf's expression didn't change, but Connie felt his hand tighten on hers. "Can't say that I have. Was there something specific they were looking for?" "Oh, just following up on old business. You know how the Army is about paperwork." Bradshaw's smile was pleasant but cold. "Well, I'm sure if they needed to find this fellow, they would. Eventually." The warning was clear, despite the casual tone. Connie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December weather, but Wolf merely nodded politely. "I'm sure they would, Deputy. The Army's nothing if not persistent." After Bradshaw moved away, Connie squeezed Wolf's hand. "What was that about?" "Nothing we need to worry about tonight," Wolf said, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Tonight's about us, about being happy." And they were happy. As the evening wound down and their guests began to drift away, offering final congratulations and best wishes, Connie felt as if she were floating. This was what contentment felt like, she realized. This bone-deep satisfaction of being exactly where she belonged with exactly the right person. The ride back to the ranch was magical in the moonlight, their sleigh gliding silently through the snow-covered landscape. Wolf had insisted on the sleigh instead of the wagon, saying it was more fitting for a wedding night, and now Connie was grateful for his romanticism. Wrapped in furs and nestled against her husband's side, she felt like she was living in a fairy tale. "Mrs. Whitehorse," Wolf said softly, trying out her new name. "I like the sound of that." Connie tilted her face up to his. "Though it's going to take some getting used to. We have plenty of time for you to get used to it." Wolf's arm tightened around her. "The rest of our lives, in fact." When they reached the house, Wolf surprised her by sweeping her up in his arms to carry her across the threshold. The gesture was traditional, but it felt deeply meaningful, a symbol of their new beginning together. "Welcome home, Mrs. Whitehorse," he whispered against her ear as he set her down in their living room. The house had been transformed in their absence. Someone, probably Anna Kowalski, had filled every surface with candles and winter greenery, turning their simple parlor into something magical. A fire crackled in the hearth, and their best bottle of wine sat waiting on the table. "It's beautiful," Connie breathed. "Not as beautiful as you." Wolf's hands framed her face as he kissed her, and this time there was nothing gentle or reverent about it. This was the kiss of a husband claiming his wife, full of passion and promise. They made love that night with a tenderness that was different from their previous encounters. This wasn't stolen passion or desperate need. This was the coming together of two people who belonged to each other completely, legally and spiritually and emotionally. Afterward, as they lay entwined in their marriage bed, Wolf traced lazy patterns on Connie's bare shoulder. "Any regrets?" he asked softly. "Only that we waited so long." Connie pressed a kiss to his chest, tasting salt and the essence that was uniquely him. "I love you, James Whitehorse, more than I ever thought possible. And I love you, Constance Whitehorse, forever and always." The weeks that followed were the happiest of Connie's life. January brought bitter cold and snow that piled in drifts against the house, but inside their home, everything was warm and perfect. Wolf had moved his few belongings from the bunkhouse into the main house, and they settled into married life with surprising ease. Their days fell into a comfortable rhythm. Morning chores done together, Wolf teaching her new skills while she helped with the endless tasks of running a ranch in winter. Afternoons spent planning improvements for spring, evenings by the fire, reading, or simply talking about everything and nothing. The physical side of their marriage was a revelation. Connie had enjoyed intimacy with Charles, but what she shared with Wolf was something else entirely. A connection that seemed to encompass her entire being. He was a generous and patient lover, introducing her to pleasures she'd never imagined, and their passion only seemed to grow stronger with familiarity. "I never knew it could be like this," she confessed one snowy afternoon as they lay in bed, the winter sun casting patterns through the frost on their windows. "Like what?" Wolf's fingers combed through her hair, which had come loose from its pins during their lovemaking. "So complete. With Charles, it was pleasant. But this feels like two halves of the same soul coming together." Wolf's smile was soft and wondering. "That's exactly what it feels like." By February, their contentment had settled into something deeper, a bone-deep peace that seemed to permeate every aspect of their lives. The ranch was thriving, their marriage was strong, and for the first time since arriving in Wyoming, Connie felt like she truly belonged somewhere. It was on a crisp morning in late February that she realized something was different. She'd been feeling slightly queasy for several days, and when she missed her monthly courses, the truth hit her like a thunderbolt. She was pregnant. The knowledge filled her with joy and terror in equal measure. She and Wolf had talked about children, but somehow the reality felt overwhelming. A baby. Their baby. Growing inside her right now. She waited until evening to tell him, when they were sitting by the fire after dinner. Wolf was reading a book about horse breeding he'd ordered from Denver, and Connie was mending one of his shirts, though her hands were shaking too much to make neat stitches. "James," she said finally, setting down her sewing. Something in her tone made him look up immediately. "What is it? You look pale." "I have something to tell you." Connie took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. We're going to have a baby." For a moment, Wolf just stared at her, the book forgotten in his lap. Then his face broke into the most radiant smile she'd ever seen. "A baby?" He crossed to her chair and knelt beside it, his hands covering hers. "Are you certain?" "As certain as I can be. I've missed my courses, and I've been feeling sick in the mornings." Connie searched his face for any sign of worry or reluctance. "Are you happy about it?" "Happy?" Wolf's laugh was incredulous. "Connie, I'm over the moon. I can't believe we're going to have a child." He swept her up in his arms, spinning her around the small parlor until she was dizzy and laughing. When he finally set her down, his eyes were bright with unshed tears. "When?" he asked. "October, I think. Maybe late September." "Autumn baby." Wolf's hands moved to rest gently on her still flat stomach. "Our son or daughter will be born when the leaves are turning and the air's crisp." "You sound like you're already planning their future." "I am." Wolf's voice was soft with wonder, teaching them to ride, to read the weather, to understand the land, watching them grow up strong and free on our ranch. "What if it's a girl?" "Then I'll teach her all the same things, plus how to shoot straight and think for herself." Wolf's grin was infectious. "Any child of yours will be formidable regardless of gender." As spring arrived and Connie's pregnancy became more obvious, their happiness seemed to radiate outward, affecting everything around them. The cattle were healthy and multiplying, the winter had been mild enough that they'd lost very few animals, and their bank account was actually growing instead of shrinking. Wolf threw himself into preparations for their expanding family with characteristic intensity. He began building a crib from seasoned oak, crafting each piece with meticulous care. He also started construction on an addition to the house, 2 new rooms that would give them space for children and guests. "You don't have to build everything at once," Connie laughed one afternoon, watching him frame up the new rooms. At 4 months pregnant, she was just beginning to show, and Wolf had become almost comically protective. "I want everything perfect for our family," he replied, not looking up from his work. "I want our children to have everything I never had: security, belonging, a place where they know they're wanted." The naked vulnerability in his voice made Connie's heart ache. She could see how much this meant to him, not just the baby, but the chance to create the family he'd lost so young. By May, their happiness had become legendary in the valley. People spoke of the Whitehorse Ranch as a place where everything seemed to go right, where hard work and love had transformed a struggling operation into something prosperous and beautiful. Even their former critics had been won over. Mrs. Henderson now greeted Connie with genuine warmth, often sending along baby clothes she'd sewn or advice about pregnancy. The other ranchers looked to Wolf for guidance on everything from cattle breeding to weather prediction. "You've become quite the pillar of the community," Connie teased one evening as they walked through their expanding herd. The cattle were fat and healthy, and several cows had already dropped spring calves that frolicked in the warming weather. "Strange how things change," Wolf agreed. 6 months ago, most of these people crossed the street to avoid me. Now they ask my opinion on everything from politics to the price of beef. That's because they've seen who you really are." Connie slipped her hand into his, marveling at how perfectly they fit together. "You've proven that their prejudices were wrong." We've proven it, Wolf corrected. None of this would have happened without you believing in me first. They paused at the fence overlooking their best pasture, where their horses grazed contentedly in the evening light. In the distance, the mountains rose like purple sentinels, and the setting sun painted everything in shades of gold and rose. I love our life, Connie said softly, one hand resting on her rounded belly where their child grew. I love this place, our animals, our future. I love you more than I ever thought it was possible to love another person. Wolf turned to take her in his arms, his amber eyes soft with emotion. I feel like I've been given everything I ever wanted and things I never dared to dream of. Sometimes I'm afraid I'll wake up and find it's all been a fantasy. It's real, Connie assured him, standing on her toes to kiss him. We're real, our love is real, and in 5 months we're going to have a very real baby to prove it. That night, they made love with the slow, reverent passion of people who knew exactly how blessed they were. Afterward, as Wolf traced gentle patterns on her bare back, Connie felt a peace so profound it seemed to encompass her entire being. This was happiness, she realized. Not the giddy excitement of new love or the satisfaction of overcoming obstacles, but this deep, abiding contentment that came from knowing you were exactly where you belonged with exactly the right person. It was June when the stranger arrived in town. Connie heard about him first from Mrs. Henderson during her weekly supply run. The older woman was practically vibrating with curiosity as she packed Connie's purchases. Professional man by the look of him, Mrs. Henderson reported. Well-dressed, well-spoken, but with hard eyes. Kind of fellow who might be a drummer or a cattle buyer, except he's not selling anything or looking to buy. What is he doing, then? Asking questions about folks in the valley, about how long they've lived here, about their backgrounds. Mrs. Henderson leaned across the counter conspiratorially. Asked specifically about you and your husband. Connie felt cold fingers of dread creep up her spine. What kind of questions? How long you've been married, where your husband came from, whether he'd ever mentioned military service. Mrs. Henderson's eyes were bright with the thrill of sharing gossip. Sam told him it wasn't any of his business, but he's been making the rounds. Heard he visited the O'Briens and the Kowalskis, too. The ride home seemed to take forever, Connie's mind racing with possibilities. An investigator, probably. Either Army or federal marshals finally closing in on Wolf's trail. The happiness she'd been carrying like sunshine in her chest turned cold and heavy with fear. She found Wolf in the new addition, hanging window frames with the meticulous care he brought to all his work. For a moment, she just watched him, memorizing the way he moved, the concentration on his handsome face, the strength in his capable hands. You look like someone walked over your grave, he said without turning around. What's wrong? Connie repeated Mrs. Henderson's report word for word, watching Wolf's expression grow grim as the implications sank in. Professional investigator, he said when she finished. Could be Army, could be federal marshals, could even be a private detective hired by someone with a personal grudge. What do we do? Wolf set down his hammer and turned to face her fully. We prepare for the worst and hope for the best. If he's just fishing, asking general questions, he might move on when he doesn't find anything concrete. And if he's not just fishing, Wolf's jaw tightened, then we deal with whatever comes. But Connie, I need you to understand. If they arrest me, you're not to interfere. You have our child to think about now. Don't you dare. Connie's voice was fierce with protective rage. Don't you dare start planning to sacrifice yourself. We're in this together, remember? Whatever comes, we face it together. Wolf moved to take her in his arms, holding her close despite her growing belly. I won't let them destroy what we've built. I promise you that. But even as he spoke the words, Connie could hear the fear beneath his confidence. They'd been so happy, so secure in their love and their future. Now, with just a few questions from a stranger, all of that felt fragile as spun glass. That evening, as they sat on their porch watching the sunset paint the mountains in shades of purple and gold, Connie tried to recapture the peace she'd felt just that morning. Their cattle grazed contentedly in the pasture, their half-built addition stood as testament to their growing family, and Wolf's hand rested protectively on her belly where their child grew. This was their life, hard-won and precious and worth fighting for. Whatever storm was coming, they would weather it together. They had to. But as the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Connie couldn't shake the feeling that their time in paradise was coming to an end. A stranger in town was just the beginning, the first crack in the foundation of their happiness. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new threats to everything they'd built. Tonight, she would hold on to this moment, this perfect, precious moment when they were still safe, still happy, still whole. Because deep in her heart, she knew that moments like this were rare and fleeting. And once they were gone, they might never come again. Wolf must have sensed her mood because he pulled her closer, his voice soft against her ear. Whatever happens, remember this. Remember how much I love you, how much this life with you has meant to me. No matter what anyone says about my past, this, our marriage, our child, our love, this is the only truth that matters. Connie nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in her throat. She would remember. Even if the world conspired to tear them apart, she would hold on to the truth of their love like a talisman against the darkness. Because sometimes that was all you could do. Love as hard and as completely as possible while you had the chance, and trust that love would be strong enough to survive whatever came after. Chapter 9. The Truth Revealed. The knock on the door came at dawn, sharp and authoritative, cutting through the peaceful quiet of their bedroom like a blade. Connie stirred in Wolf's arms, her hand instinctively moving to her rounded belly where their child rested. At 6 months pregnant, sudden movements were becoming more difficult, but the urgency in that sound brought her fully awake. "James," she whispered, but he was already moving, his body tense with the alertness of a man who'd been expecting this moment for 3 years. The second knock was louder, more insistent. Through their bedroom window, Connie could see several mounted figures in the yard, their breath creating small clouds in the cold morning air. Too many riders for a social call, and the rigid way they sat their horses spoke of military discipline. "Stay here," Wolf said quietly, pulling on his pants and shirt with quick economical movements. "Whatever happens, stay in this room until I tell you it's safe, James. Promise me." His amber eyes were fierce, desperate. "Promise me you'll protect our child." Before she could answer, a voice boomed from the porch, carrying easily through the wooden walls. "This is United States Marshal Henry Fitzgerald. Open up in the name of the law." Wolf's face went pale, but his expression remained calm as he strapped on his gun belt. "Stay here, Connie, please." She nodded, though every instinct screamed at her to follow him, to stand by his side, whatever was coming. Instead, she wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and moved to the window, where she could see and hear what transpired. Wolf opened the front door with steady hands, his posture relaxed despite the circumstances. "Marshal, you're up early for a social call." The man on the porch was tall and lean, with graying hair and the weathered face of someone who'd spent his life pursuing dangerous men across dangerous country. Behind him stood Deputy Marshal Bradshaw and 2 other federal officers, their hands resting casually on their weapons. "James Whitehorse," Marshal Fitzgerald said, pulling a folded document from his coat pocket. "Also known as Wolf Whitehorse, formerly Sergeant James Whitehorse of the 3rd Cavalry Regiment, stationed at Fort Laramie, I have a federal warrant for your arrest." Wolf's voice remained steady. "On what charges?" "Murder of Colonel Robert Morrison, your commanding officer. Inciting rebellion among reservation Indians. Conspiracy to commit treason against the United States." Fitzgerald's tone was matter-of-fact, as if he were reading a grocery list, and the massacre of 43 peaceful Lakota civilians at Pine Ridge. Each word hit Connie like a physical blow. Murder. Massacre. Treason. These weren't the crimes of the man she'd married, the gentle soul who'd built her a cradle with his own hands and spoke of their child with wonder in his voice. "I think there's been some mistake," Wolf said quietly. "No mistake." Fitzgerald stepped forward, his hand now openly resting on his gun butt. James Whitehorse, you're under arrest for crimes against the United States and the territory of Wyoming. You'll come with us peacefully or we'll take you by force." Connie's heart hammered against her ribs as she watched the scene unfold. Wolf stood perfectly still, his face a mask of calm resignation. She could see him calculating odds, measuring distances, considering his options. "I'd like to say goodbye to my wife," Wolf said finally. "You'll have time for that at your trial." Fitzgerald's smile was cold. "Assuming you live long enough to see one." "My wife is 6 months pregnant." Wolf's voice carried a note of steel beneath the surface calm. "If you have any decency, you'll let me speak to her before you take me away." Something in his tone made Fitzgerald hesitate. The marshal glanced at his men, then back at Wolf. 5 minutes. And don't try anything stupid. My men have orders to shoot if you so much as twitch wrong." Wolf nodded and turned back toward the house. Connie met him at the bedroom door, her face white with shock and fear. "Is it true?" she whispered. "Any of it?" Wolf's expression was anguished as he reached for her hands. "Some of it. Not the way they're telling it, but some of it is true." "Which parts?" Her voice was barely audible. "I did kill Colonel Morrison. And I was present when those people died at Pine Ridge." Wolf's grip on her hands tightened. "But Connie, you have to believe me. It wasn't murder. And I didn't massacre anyone. Morrison was corrupt, selling weapons to war parties and using me to identify peaceful villages so he could attack them and claim the scalps as hostile kills." Connie stared at him, trying to reconcile this information with everything she thought she knew about her husband. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I knew how it would sound. Because I was afraid you'd look at me the way you're looking at me right now." Wolf's voice cracked slightly. "Because I was a coward who wanted to pretend the past didn't exist." "What's your real name?" The question came out harsher than she'd intended. "James Whitehorse. That's always been my real name. Wolf is just what my mother's people called me." His amber eyes were desperate, pleading. "Everything I've told you about who I am, about how I feel about you, that's all been true. But you lied about everything else. About why you were running, about what you'd done." Connie pulled her hands free, wrapping her arms around her pregnant belly as if to shield their child from this nightmare. "I defended you to everyone. I married you thinking you were innocent of any real wrongdoing." "I am innocent." Wolf's voice rose slightly, then dropped back to a whisper as he remembered the marshals waiting outside. "Connie, Morrison was planning to attack your mother's village. The only way to stop him was to kill him." "In the massacre? How do you explain that?" Wolf's face crumpled with grief and guilt. "I couldn't stop it. By the time I realized what Morrison had planned, it was too late. 43 people died because I failed to protect them. But I didn't kill them. Morrison's soldiers did, following his orders." Before Connie could respond, Marshal Fitzgerald's voice boomed from the porch. "Time's up, Whitehorse. Come out now, or we're coming in." Wolf looked at her one last time, his eyes memorizing her face as if he might never see it again. "I love you," he said quietly. "Whatever happens, remember that everything between us has been real." Then he was gone, walking out to meet his fate with the same quiet dignity he brought to everything else. Connie moved to the window to watch, her heart breaking with every step he took away from her. The marshals were efficient and thorough. They cuffed Wolf's hands behind his back, searched him for weapons, and secured him to a horse with practiced ease. Through it all, Wolf's expression remained calm, though Connie could see the pain in his eyes when he looked back at the house one final time. "Ma'am," Marshal Fitzgerald touched his hat brim as he prepared to mount his horse. "For what it's worth, your husband came quietly. That speaks well of his character, if not his innocence." "When will he stand trial?" Connie called from the porch, her shawl clutched tightly around her shoulders. "Pass up to the federal district judge in Cheyenne. Could be weeks, could be months." Fitzgerald swung into his saddle. "If you want to see him before then, he'll be held at the territorial prison until his case comes up." Connie watched until the small cavalcade disappeared over the ridge, taking her husband and her happiness with them. Only then did she allow herself to collapse, sinking onto the porch steps as the magnitude of what had just happened crashed over her. Everything she'd believed about her life, her marriage, her future, had been built on lies. The man she'd loved, the father of her unborn child, was wanted for murder and massacre. Worse still, he'd admitted to killing his commanding officer, regardless of his reasons. The next few hours passed in a blur of shock and disbelief. Neighbors began arriving as word of the arrest spread, some offering genuine sympathy, others drawn by morbid curiosity. Mrs. Henderson came with a basket of food and unexpected kindness, while Anna Kowalski simply held Connie while she cried. "You couldn't have known," Anna said softly, stroking Connie's hair as she wept. "Men like that, they're good at hiding what they really are." But that was just it. Connie wasn't sure Wolf had been hiding what he really was. The man who'd saved her life, who'd worked tirelessly to build their ranch, who'd spoken of their child with such tender wonder, that man had been real. The question was whether that man could coexist with someone capable of the crimes he was accused of. By afternoon, the curious onlookers had departed, leaving Connie alone with her thoughts and her growing despair. She wandered through the house they'd shared, touching things that belonged to him. His books, his clothes, the half-finished cradle he'd been carving with such love and care. In his drawer, she found a small leather journal she'd never seen before. Her hands trembled as she opened it, revealing pages covered with Wolf's careful handwriting. The entries were dated, starting 3 years ago and continuing right up until their wedding day. Fort Laramie, September 15th, 1870. Morrison grows more erratic each day. His hatred for the Lakota blinds him to everything else, including reason and military protocol. I fear what he might do if left unchecked. September 20th, 1870. Discovered Morrison's cache of weapons behind the supply depot. At least 50 rifles, ammunition, and trade goods. When I confronted him, he claimed they were for special operations, but couldn't produce proper authorization. September 25th, 1870. Morrison has been meeting with civilian contractors who have no legitimate business at the fort. I suspect he's selling Army weapons to anyone willing to pay, regardless of their intentions or allegiances. October 3rd, 1870, followed Morrison to a meeting with known gun runners. He's definitely selling weapons, probably to both white raiders and hostile war parties. When the raids increase, he'll blame the peaceful villages and use that as justification for punitive action. October 10th, 1870, Morrison ordered me to scout Pine Ridge Village, claiming he needed intelligence on potential hostile activity. But I know these people. They're farmers and families, not warriors. He's planning something terrible. The entries continued, documenting Wolf's growing alarm and his failed attempts to report Morrison through proper channels. The final entry was dated just days before Morrison's death, October 18th, 1870. Morrison has given orders for a dawn attack on Pine Ridge. Claims intelligence indicates hostile activity, but I know it's a lie. These are peaceful people, old men, women, children. I cannot allow this massacre to happen. God forgive me for what I must do. Connie set the journal aside with shaking hands. The picture it painted was of a man desperately trying to prevent a massacre, not cause one. But if that was true, why hadn't he been able to convince a military tribunal of his innocence? The answer came to her gradually as she considered the politics involved. Morrison had been a decorated officer with powerful friends. Wolf was a half-breed scout with no political connections. In the aftermath of Morrison's death and the subsequent massacre at Pine Ridge, someone had needed to take the blame. Wolf had been the convenient scapegoat. But even understanding his motives didn't erase the pain of his deception. For months, she'd lived with a man who'd been lying to her about the most fundamental aspects of his identity. She'd married him, conceived his child, built her entire future around him, all while he'd kept these devastating secrets. The sound of approaching hoofbeats made her look up from the journal. Through the window, she could see a single rider approaching, a well-dressed man on a fine horse, someone she didn't recognize. When she opened the door, the stranger removed his hat politely. He was perhaps 50 years old, with graying hair and the bearing of a professional man. "Mrs. Whitehorse, my name is David Porter. I'm an attorney from Denver." Connie's heart leaped with sudden hope. "Are you here about my husband?" "In a manner of speaking, yes." Porter's expression was carefully neutral. "May I come in? I think we have a great deal to discuss." She led him into the parlor, noting how his eyes took in every detail of their home. "How did you hear about James's arrest so quickly?" "I've been following Mr. Whitehorse's case for some time," Porter replied, settling into the chair she offered. "I represent certain parties who have an interest in seeing justice done." "What kind of parties?" Porter pulled out a leather portfolio and extracted several documents. "The families of the people killed at Pine Ridge. They've hired me to ensure that the man responsible for their deaths faces proper justice." Connie's hope withered and died. "You're here to make sure my husband is convicted?" "I'm here to make sure the truth comes out, whatever that truth might be." Porter's tone was professional, but not unkind. "Mrs. Whitehorse, I've spent 3 years investigating what happened at Fort Laramie and Pine Ridge. The official story doesn't add up." "What do you mean?" "I mean, your husband may not be the villain he's been painted as, but he's also not entirely innocent." Porter leaned forward, his expression intense. "The question is whether you're prepared to hear the whole truth, regardless of how it might affect your feelings for him." Connie thought of the journal upstairs, of the man who'd held her so tenderly just that morning, of the child growing inside her who would bear his name. "Tell me everything." "Your husband was indeed present at Pine Ridge when the massacre occurred. He did kill Colonel Morrison. But the circumstances..." Porter consulted his notes. "Morrison was planning to attack the village at dawn. Your husband confronted him in his tent, demanded he call off the attack. Morrison refused and drew his weapon. Your husband shot him in what any reasonable person would call self-defense." "Then why wasn't he cleared?" "Because Morrison's death came too late to stop the attack. His second in command, Captain Bradley, carried out the original orders. 43 people died in the assault, including women and children." Porter's voice was grim. "In the aftermath, someone needed to be blamed. Your husband had killed a superior officer, regardless of his reasons. He was the perfect scapegoat." Connie absorbed this information, trying to reconcile it with everything she thought she knew. So he's innocent of massacre but guilty of murder? He's guilty of killing Morrison, but the circumstances make it justifiable homicide rather than murder. Unfortunately, military law doesn't always recognize such distinctions, especially when politics are involved. Porter put away his papers. "Mrs. Whitehorse, I believe your husband is a good man who was caught in an impossible situation, but that doesn't mean he'll receive a fair trial." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that if you want to save him, you're going to need help. Political help, legal help, and probably a considerable amount of money." Porter stood to leave. "The question is whether you're willing to fight for a man who's lied to you about everything." After Porter left, Connie sat alone in her parlor as shadows lengthened across the floor. Everything in her life had been turned upside down in the space of a few hours. The man she'd married was not who she'd thought he was, but he also wasn't the monster his accusers claimed. The baby moved within her, a gentle reminder of the life she and Wolf had created together. Whatever his crimes, whatever his lies, he was still the father of her child. And despite everything, she still loved him with a depth that terrified her. But love alone wouldn't be enough to save him from the noose. For that, she would need to decide whether she could forgive his deception and fight for a future that might already be lost. As darkness fell over Wind River Valley, Connie Whitehorse faced the hardest decision of her life. In the morning, she would have to choose between the safety of surrender and the terrible risk of believing in a love that had been built on lies. But tonight she would grieve for the man she'd thought she'd married and the perfect life that had shattered like glass in the space of a single morning. Chapter 10. The Arrest and Separation. The territorial prison in Cheyenne squatted against the Wyoming landscape like a gray stone cancer, its high walls and guard towers a stark reminder that justice in the territories was swift, harsh, and often final. Connie sat in the hired buggy outside the imposing gates, gathering courage for what lay ahead. 3 days had passed since Wolf's arrest, 3 days of sleepless nights and growing despair. "You sure about this, ma'am?" The driver, a grizzled man named Pete, who'd agreed to bring her to Cheyenne for $5, looked at the prison with obvious distaste. "Ain't no place for a lady in your condition." Connie's hand moved instinctively to her rounded belly. At 6 months, her pregnancy was unmistakable, and she'd felt the baby's movements growing weaker over the past few days, as if even her unborn child sensed the catastrophe that had befallen them. "I'm sure," she said, though her voice trembled slightly. "Will you wait for me?" "I'll wait, but don't expect to stay long." Prison visits ain't social calls. The guard who processed her request was a thick-set man with dead eyes and tobacco-stained teeth. He looked her up and down with undisguised skepticism before consulting a ledger book. "James Whitehorse," he read aloud. "Murder, conspiracy, treason. Says here he's your husband." "Yes." "Funny. Most wives don't come visiting when their husbands are up for hanging." His smile was unpleasant. 20 minutes, and you don't touch him. Guard stays in the room the whole time. The visiting room was a bare chamber with stone walls and a single barred window that let in precious little light. Wolf sat at a wooden table, his hands shackled to a chain around his waist. He had lost weight in just 3 days, and there were dark circles under his amber eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and constant worry. When he saw her, his face lit up with such joy and relief that Connie felt her carefully maintained composure threaten to crumble. "Connie." Her name was a prayer on his lips. "Thank God you came. I wasn't sure. After everything." She took the chair across from him, fighting the urge to reach for his hands. "How are they treating you?" "Well enough. The warden's a fair man, and my cell's clean." Wolf's eyes searched her face hungrily as if trying to memorize every detail. "How are you? How's the baby?" Connie hesitated. She'd been having pains, not labor pains, but something else. Something that frightened her. "We're fine," she lied. "James, I need to know the truth. All of it." Wolf glanced at the guard standing near the door, then leaned forward slightly. "I've told you the truth. Morrison was corrupt, selling weapons to anyone with money. I tried to stop him through proper channels, but he had too much political protection. And when proper channels failed, I confronted him directly, told him I'd expose everything if he didn't stop." Wolf's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "He said he'd have my mother's village wiped out if I said a word. That's when I knew talking wasn't going to be enough." "So you killed him?" "I tried to arrest him. He drew on me first." Wolf's eyes were steady, unflinching. "Everything I did was to protect innocent people, but I know how it looks." Before Connie could respond, the guard stepped forward. "Time's up." "Already?" Connie's voice was sharp with dismay. "Rules are rules, lady. 20 minutes, no more." Wolf started to rise, then stopped, his eyes fixed on her face with desperate intensity. "Connie, whatever happens to me, don't let them take the ranch. Fight for what we built together." "I'm going to fight for you," she said fiercely. "I'm going to find a way to prove your innocence." Wolf's expression was heartbreaking in its mixture of love and despair. "I love you," he said as the guard moved to escort him back to his cell. "Remember that, whatever comes." The ride back to Wind River Valley seemed endless. Every mile took her further from Wolf and closer to a future that looked increasingly bleak. Pete tried to make conversation, but Connie found herself lost in her own thoughts, grappling with the enormity of what lay ahead. She arrived home to find her worst fears realized. A crowd had gathered in her yard, not the supportive neighbors who'd attended her wedding, but an angry mob led by Jake Murdoch and several of Garrett's other men. "There she is," Murdoch pointed at her as she climbed down from the buggy, "the woman who harbored a murderer." "Now see here," Pete started to protest, but Murdoch silenced him with a look. "You'd best get going, old man. This ain't your business." Pete looked at Connie apologetically. "Ma'am, I don't like leaving you like this." "It's all right," Connie said, though her heart was pounding. "Thank you for your help." After Pete drove away, Connie faced the hostile crowd alone. Among the faces, she recognized some of her former friends, people who'd danced at her wedding, who'd brought gifts for her unborn child. Now they looked at her with suspicion and disgust. "Shame," Mrs. Henderson called out, her face twisted with righteous anger. "Consorting with killers and murderers. 43 innocent people dead because of your husband. This from Patrick O'Brien, who'd once toasted her happiness. Connie lifted her chin, drawing on reserves of strength she didn't know she possessed. My husband has been accused, not convicted. In this country, a man is innocent until proven guilty. Innocent? Murdoch laughed harshly. Lady, your precious husband confessed to killing his commanding officer. The only question is whether he'll hang or just rot in prison for the rest of his life. Ian acted in self-defense. He acted like the savage half-breed he is. Murdoch's voice carried across the yard, silencing the crowd. And you're just as bad for protecting him. The crowd murmured agreement, and Connie felt their hostility like a physical weight pressing down on her. These people had been her community, her neighbors, her friends. Now they saw her as an enemy, guilty by association with the man she'd married. I think you'd all better leave my property, she said, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her veins. Your property? Murdoch's smile was cruel. That's funny, considering you won't have any property much longer. Before Connie could ask what he meant, the crowd began to disperse, but not before several people spat in her direction and others made gestures that left no doubt about their feelings. Within minutes, she was alone in her yard, facing the wreckage of her social standing and the terrifying uncertainty of her future. The answer to Murdoch's cryptic comment came the next morning in the form of an official-looking document delivered by a nervous bank clerk. Connie read it twice before the full implications sank in. Silas Garrett was calling in the mortgage on her ranch, a mortgage she'd never known existed. According to the papers, Wolf had borrowed heavily against their ranch to finance their cattle purchases and improvements. The loan had been made through intermediaries, keeping Garrett's name hidden. But now he was demanding immediate payment of the full amount, $8,000. $8,000. It might as well have been $8 million. Even if she sold every head of cattle, every piece of equipment, every stick of furniture, she couldn't raise half that amount. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Garrett had been planning this all along, positioning himself to seize the ranch the moment Wolf's past caught up with him. The cattle drive, their success, their happiness, it had all been an illusion, built on borrowed money and borrowed time. Connie sank into a chair, the papers scattered around her feet, and for the first time since Wolf's arrest, she allowed herself to truly despair. Everything was gone. Her husband, her future, her home, her security. She was alone, pregnant, and facing financial ruin with no one to turn to for help. The next few days blurred together in a haze of shame and isolation. Former friends crossed the street to avoid her. The general store clerk refused to extend her credit, claiming he couldn't risk dealing with the murderer's wife. Even her few remaining supporters, like the Kowalskis, seemed afraid to be seen associating with her. Worse still, her body was beginning to rebel against the constant stress. The pains in her abdomen were getting stronger, and she'd started spotting blood, signs that terrified her even as she tried to pretend they weren't happening. It was during this dark period that Silas Garrett himself came calling. He arrived in an expensive carriage with 2 armed guards, dressed in his finest clothes as if he were paying a social visit instead of delivering the final blow to her dreams. Connie received him in her parlor, determined to maintain what dignity she could in the face of defeat. Mrs. Whitehorse, Garrett said, settling into Wolf's favorite chair with obvious satisfaction. Or should I say, Mrs. Widow-to-be? I understand your husband's trial date has been set. Mr. Garrett, Connie kept her voice level, though her hands trembled slightly in her lap. What do you want? Offer you a way out of this unfortunate situation. Garrett pulled out an envelope and placed it on the table between them. A generous settlement for your property and livestock, enough to pay off your debts and leave you with a comfortable sum to start over somewhere else. Connie looked at the envelope but didn't touch it. How much? $5,000. More than fair, considering the circumstances. It was a pittance compared to what the ranch was worth, but Connie knew she had no leverage to negotiate. And if I refuse? Garrett's smile was cold. Then I foreclose on the mortgage your husband signed. You lose everything anyway, and I get the property for the amount of the debt. Your choice is between something and nothing. The baby moved restlessly in her womb, as if sensing her distress. Connie placed a protective hand on her belly, trying to think through her limited options. She could fight the foreclosure in court, but that would take money she didn't have and time she couldn't spare. She could try to work the ranch alone, but 6 months pregnant and facing social ostracism, that seemed impossible. "I need time to consider your offer," she said finally. "Of course, but don't take too long. My patience isn't infinite." Garrett stood to leave, then paused at the door. "Mrs. Whitehorse, let me give you some advice. Your husband is going to hang for his crimes. Nothing you do will change that. The question is whether you're going to destroy yourself trying to save a dead man, or whether you're going to think about your child's future." After he left, Connie sat in the gathering darkness, staring at the envelope that represented the death of all her dreams. Outside, she could hear the wind picking up, rattling the windows and whistling through the gaps in the walls. Even the house seemed to be mourning. That night, the pains began in earnest. At first, she tried to convince herself they were just the normal discomforts of pregnancy, but as the hours passed, the cramping grew stronger and more regular. By dawn, she knew with terrifying certainty what was happening. She was losing the baby. Alone in her bed, with no one to call for help and no way to reach the doctor in town, Connie endured the most agonizing hours of her life. The physical pain was nothing compared to the emotional devastation of watching her future die along with the child she'd never hold. By the time it was over, she lay empty and broken, staring at the ceiling while tears streamed silently down her cheeks. The baby was gone. The precious life she and Wolf had created together, the symbol of their love and their hope for the future. Now she had nothing. No husband, no child, no home, no future. She was completely and utterly alone. The days that followed passed in a fog of grief and pain. Anna Kowalski came when she heard the news, bringing food and comfort that Connie barely acknowledged. The older woman helped her through the worst of it, holding her while she cried and handling the practical matters that Connie couldn't face. "It's not your fault," Anna said firmly when Connie blamed herself for the miscarriage. "Stress, worry, too much sorrow, sometimes body cannot take it. You must not carry this guilt too." But Connie couldn't help feeling that she'd failed in the most fundamental way a woman could fail. She'd lost her child, lost the part of Wolf that would have lived on no matter what happened to him. Now, if he died, there would be nothing left of the love they'd shared. It was Dr. Morrison who delivered the final blow during his visit to check on her recovery. "I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Whitehorse," he said, his professional manner unable to hide his obvious discomfort with her situation. "The miscarriage was complete, and you should recover physically without complications." "And the future?" Connie asked. "Will I be able to have other children?" Dr. Morrison hesitated, his expression troubled. "Mrs. Whitehorse, the trauma to your system was severe. The combination of emotional stress and physical strain. I'm afraid the likelihood of carrying another pregnancy to term is quite low." The words hit her like a death sentence. Not only had she lost this baby, but she would probably never have another chance at motherhood. The future she'd dreamed of, children running through the fields of their ranch, Wolf teaching them to ride and rope and read the land, all of it was gone forever. After the doctor left, Connie sat in her empty house and tried to find a reason to keep going. Wolf would likely hang for crimes she was no longer certain he'd committed. Her ranch would be seized by the man who'd orchestrated their destruction. Her body had betrayed her most basic female function. Even if by some miracle Wolf survived his trial, what kind of life could they have together? She couldn't give him children, couldn't even give him a home to return to. The envelope from Garrett still sat on her table, unopened but no longer ignored. $5,000. Enough to disappear, to start over somewhere far from Wyoming and the wreckage of her dreams. She could take the money, leave before Wolf's trial, and try to build some kind of life from the ashes of her shattered hopes. But as she reached for the envelope, her fingers brushed against something else. Wolf's journal, which she'd left on the table after reading it. The leather was worn smooth by his hands, and she could almost feel his presence in the careful words he'd written. Opening it at random, her eyes fell on an entry from their wedding day, December 24th, 1873. Today, I married the most remarkable woman I've ever known. Constance came to me broken and afraid and somehow found the strength to build a new life from nothing. If I die tomorrow, I will die knowing I was blessed beyond measure to love her and be loved by her in return. She is my redemption, my salvation, my proof that even a man like me can be worthy of grace. The words blurred as tears filled her eyes. Whatever Wolf had done, whatever crimes he might be guilty of, his love for her had been real. Their life together, brief as it was, had been real. The baby they'd lost had been conceived in love and wanted with every fiber of their beings. Maybe that was enough. Maybe loving someone completely, even for a short time, was worth any amount of suffering. Connie closed the journal and pushed Garrett's envelope away. She wouldn't take his money, wouldn't give him the satisfaction of her surrender. If Wolf was going to face his fate, he wouldn't face it alone. If their love was going to die, it would die with dignity intact. But first, she had to find a way to save the man she loved, even if it meant sacrificing everything else she had left. Because sometimes that's what love required. Not just the willingness to live for someone, but the courage to fight for them when hope seemed lost. Outside her window, the first snow of winter began to fall, covering the landscape in white that made everything look clean and new. But Connie knew that beneath the snow, the earth was still scarred and broken, just like her heart. Still, spring would come eventually, it always did. And maybe, if she was strong enough and lucky enough and loved fiercely enough, she might live to see it. Chapter 11. The Dark Night of the Soul. The bottle of whiskey sat on the kitchen table like an amber accusation, half empty and catching the pale winter light that filtered through windows Connie hadn't cleaned in weeks. She stared at it through eyes that felt gritty with unshed tears and too little sleep, wondering when exactly she'd become the kind of woman who drank alone at 10 in the morning. 3 weeks had passed since she'd lost the baby. 3 weeks of existing in a gray fog where days blended together without meaning or purpose. The ranch was falling apart around her. Cattle wandering unfed through broken fences. Water troughs frozen solid. The barn door hanging open to let snow pile against the unused stalls. She should care. Part of her mind knew that Wolf would be heartbroken to see what she'd let happen to the land they'd built together. But caring required energy she no longer possessed. Hope she'd used up along with her tears. The whiskey burned going down, but at least it was something she could feel. Everything else had gone numb weeks ago. A knock at the door interrupted her contemplation of the bottle's amber depths. For a moment, she considered ignoring it. She'd been avoiding visitors ever since Anna Kowalski had stopped coming, finally giving up on trying to coax Connie back to the land of the living. The knock came again, more insistent this time. With a sigh that seemed to come from the depths of her soul, Connie pushed herself up from the table and made her way to the door, noting absently that she was still wearing the same dress she'd put on 3 days ago. David Porter stood on her porch, the lawyer from Denver who'd visited after Wolf's arrest. He looked prosperous and well-fed, his clothes expensive and clean, everything Connie was not. His eyes took in her disheveled appearance with professional assessment, missing nothing. "Mrs. Whitehorse, may I come in?" Connie stepped aside without speaking, too tired to argue. Porter followed her into the kitchen, his nose wrinkling slightly at the smell of unwashed dishes and spilled liquor. "I heard about your loss," he said quietly. "I'm sorry." The kindness in his voice almost undid her. Connie gripped the back of a chair to steady herself. "What do you want, Mr. Porter?" "To talk to you about your husband's case, and about some disturbing information I've uncovered." Porter gestured toward the chairs. "May I sit?" Connie nodded, then poured herself another drink. Porter's eyebrows rose at the sight, but he made no comment. "I've been investigating Colonel Morrison's activities in the months before his death," Porter began. "What I've found suggests your husband was telling the truth about the corruption. Does it matter?" Connie's voice was flat, emotionless. "James killed him. He admitted it. Whether Morrison was corrupt or not won't save him from the noose. It might, if we can prove self-defense, if we can show that Morrison drew first, that your husband was trying to prevent a massacre. With what proof? Connie laughed bitterly. James's word against a dead man's reputation? You said yourself that Morrison had political connections. Porter leaned forward intently. That's where you come in. Your husband kept records, didn't he? Notes, observations, anything that might document Morrison's activities? Connie thought of Wolf's journal upstairs, the leather book she'd read once and then couldn't bear to touch again. Maybe, but I don't see how that helps. James is still in prison. I'm still... She gestured vaguely at the chaos around them. This. Mrs. Whitehorse. Porter's voice was gentle but firm. I know you're grieving. I know you've lost everything that mattered to you, but your husband is facing execution for crimes he may not have committed. If there's any chance of saving him, there is no chance. The words came out sharper than she'd intended. Look around you, Mr. Porter. I've lost my child, my home, my future. I have nothing left to fight with. Porter was quiet for a moment, studying her with those professional eyes. What will you do? Connie reached for Garrett's envelope, which still sat on the table where she'd left it weeks ago. Take his offer. Sell out and leave Wyoming. Try to forget any of this ever happened. And your husband? My husband is a dead man. The only question is whether I'm going to destroy myself trying to save him. Connie's voice broke slightly. I can't lose anything else, Mr. Porter. I don't have anything left to lose. Porter nodded slowly, then stood to leave. I understand. But, Mrs. Whitehorse, if you change your mind, if you find anything that might help his case, please contact me. Your husband may be guilty of killing Morrison, but he's not guilty of being a monster. Someone should speak for him. After Porter left, Connie returned to the whiskey and her contemplation of surrender. The lawyer's words echoed in her head, but she pushed them away. She'd tried believing in justice, tried fighting for what was right. All it had gotten her was heartbreak and an empty womb. The bottle was nearly empty by afternoon when the second visitor arrived. This time it was Stefan Kowalski, his weathered face creased with worry as he surveyed the neglected ranch. Constance, he said when she answered the door, Anna sent me. She is worried for you. Tell Anna I'm fine. The lie came easily, though she knew Stefan wouldn't believe it any more than she did. You are not fine. You are drinking yourself to death in this house while your husband rots in prison. Stefan's blunt words cut through the fog in her brain. Is this what you think he would want? What James wanted doesn't matter anymore. Connie swayed slightly, the whiskey making her unsteady. He's gonna hang, Stefan, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Maybe yes, maybe no. But giving up? This helps no one. Stefan looked around the ruined kitchen with obvious distress. Your cattle, they need feed. Your fences, they need repair. This ranch James loved, you let it die. The ranch is gone anyway. Garrett's foreclosing on the mortgage. Connie laughed bitterly. Did you know? James borrowed money against the property. I never knew, never signed anything. But apparently a woman's signature isn't required when her husband wants to mortgage their future. Stefan's expression darkened. Gerrit, he is like snake in grass, but this does not mean you must let him win. He's already won. The only question is whether I take his money or let him steal everything for nothing. Stefan was quiet for a long moment, his eyes taking in the broken woman before him. Anna, she tells me something once. She says sometimes when all seems lost, we must choose between dying with dignity or living with shame. You choose shame. The words stung because they were true. Connie had chosen the whiskey bottle over dignity, despair over fight. She'd let grief and fear turn her into someone she barely recognized. Get out, she said quietly. Constance! Get out! The words came out as a scream. All of you, just leave me alone! Stefan left without another word, and Connie was alone again with her bottle and her shame. Outside, the wind howled through the broken fences, and she could hear cattle lowing in distress. But she couldn't bring herself to care. As evening fell, she found herself climbing the stairs to the bedroom she'd shared with Wolf. Everything was exactly as they'd left it the morning of his arrest. His clothes still in the wardrobe, his books on the nightstand, the half-finished cradle in the corner that he'd been making for their child. The sight of the cradle broke something inside her that the whiskey couldn't numb. She sank to her knees beside it, running her hands over the smooth wood Wolf had shaped with such love and care. He'd spent hours working on it, planning every detail, talking about the child who would sleep in it. That child was gone now, buried in the frozen ground behind the house in a grave too small for the dreams it had carried. And Wolf. Wolf was locked in a cell, waiting to die for crimes that might not even be murder. The thought sent her crawling toward the wardrobe where Wolf kept his few personal possessions. She'd avoided going through his things, afraid of what she might find or what memories might be stirred up. But now, in her alcohol-hazed grief, she pulled out drawers and rifled through pockets, looking for something, anything, that might help her understand how their perfect life had gone so wrong. It was in the bottom drawer, wrapped in an oilcloth and hidden beneath spare shirts, that she found the second journal. This one was different from the daily record she'd read before. The leather was older, more worn, and the entries were longer, more detailed. The first page was dated 2 years before Wolf had ever come to Wind River Valley. Fort Laramie, March 15th, 1871. The new shipment arrived today. 50 Spencer rifles, supposedly for the cavalry units, but Morrison has already diverted 20 of them to his special operations cache. When I asked Captain Bradley about the discrepancy, he told me to mind my own business. The corruption here goes deeper than I first realized. March 22nd, 1871, followed Morrison to another meeting with the gunrunners. This time, I recognized one of them, Jack Henley, who's been linked to raids on settler families near the South Platte. Morrison is selling weapons to the very outlaws the Army is supposed to be fighting. April 3rd, 1871, discovered Morrison's real plan today. He's not just selling weapons, he's creating the conflicts that justify his campaigns against peaceful tribes. The raids increase Indian tensions, which gives him excuse to attack villages he claims are harboring hostiles. Meanwhile, he profits from both sides of the conflict. Connie's hands trembled as she read, the magnitude of Morrison's corruption becoming clear. This wasn't just embezzlement or simple graft. This was a systematic campaign to profit from the Indian Wars by creating the very conflicts he was supposed to prevent. June 10th, 1871, Morrison has been using me to scout peaceful villages, claiming he needs intelligence on potential threats. But I've realized he's actually targeting them for destruction. When I refuse to provide information, he sends other scouts, men who don't understand that they're marking innocent people for death. August 17th, 1871, the massacre at Bear Creek could have been prevented. Morrison knew it was a peaceful village. I told him myself that they were farming families with no connection to any war parties, but he attacked anyway. Claiming intelligence reports indicated hostile activity, 32 people died, including children. Their blood is on my hands as much as his. The entries grew more desperate as Wolf documented his growing horror at Morrison's campaign of genocide. He'd tried reporting the corruption through proper channels, but Morrison's political connections had protected him. He'd tried refusing orders, but that had only resulted in other scouts being sent to do the work he wouldn't do. October 15th, 1871, Morrison has given me direct orders to scout Pine Ridge Village. He claims they're harboring weapons from the latest raids, but I know it's a lie. Pine Ridge is one of the most peaceful settlements in the territory, mostly old people, women, and children whose men are away hunting. If I provide the intelligence he wants, he'll attack at dawn and claim another victory against hostiles. October 16th, 1871. I can't do it anymore. I can't be complicit in the murder of innocent people. Tonight, I'm going to confront Morrison directly, demand that he call off the attack. If he refuses, God help me. I may have to stop him by any means necessary. October 17th, 1871. Morrison laughed when I demanded he cancel the attack. He said I was just another bleeding heart who didn't understand the necessities of war. When I threatened to expose his activities, he told me that if I said one word, he'd make sure my mother's village was next on his list. That's when I knew talking wouldn't be enough. The final entry was dated the day before Morrison's death, October 18th, 1871. I've tried everything else. Proper channels, direct confrontation, even threatening to desert rather than participate in another massacre. Nothing has worked. Morrison has given orders for the attack on Pine Ridge to proceed at dawn, and I'm the only one who knows the truth about what he's really doing. 43 innocent people will die unless I stop him. May God forgive me for what I'm about to do. Connie set the journal aside with shaking hands. The picture it painted was devastating, not of a murderer, but of a man driven to desperate action by his inability to prevent genocide. Wolf hadn't killed Morrison in anger or rebellion. He'd killed him to save the lives of innocent people. But it hadn't worked. Despite Wolf's sacrifice, the attack on Pine Ridge had proceeded as planned. Morrison's second-in-command had carried out the orders, and 43 people had died anyway. Wolf had destroyed his own life trying to prevent a massacre, and the massacre had happened regardless. The tragedy of it sent Connie to her knees, sobbing for the first time since losing the baby. Wolf hadn't just been falsely accused of murder. He'd been branded a monster for trying to prevent the very crimes he was accused of committing. The man she'd married wasn't a killer. He was a would-be savior who'd failed to save anyone, including himself. Through her tears, she could hear Stefan's words echoing in her mind. Sometimes, when all seems lost, we must choose between dying with dignity or living with shame. She'd been choosing shame, drowning her grief in whiskey while the man she loved faced execution for crimes he hadn't committed. She'd let despair convince her that fighting was pointless, that love wasn't worth the risk of further heartbreak. But the journal changed everything. Wolf's words, written in his careful hand during the darkest period of his life, showed her a man who'd never stopped fighting for what was right, even when it cost him everything. Even when he knew it might not work. He'd chosen to act rather than surrender to evil. If Wolf could risk his life to save people he'd never met, couldn't she risk her pride and her safety to save the man she loved? Connie wiped her eyes and looked around the bedroom with new clarity. She was a mess. Drunk, filthy, wallowing in self-pity while Wolf counted down the days to his execution. But she wasn't dead yet, and neither was he. As long as they both drew breath, there was still a chance to fight for justice. The first step was getting sober. Connie made her way downstairs and poured the remaining whiskey down the drain, watching the amber liquid disappear like the despair she was determined to leave behind. Then she put coffee on the stove and began planning her resurrection. Wolf's journal was evidence. Not enough to guarantee his freedom, but enough to raise reasonable doubt about his guilt. Combined with Porter's investigation into Morrison's corruption, it might be sufficient to save Wolf's life. But first, she had to save herself. She had to become the kind of woman worthy of fighting for the kind of man Wolf had proven himself to be. She had to find the strength she'd possessed when she'd first arrived in Wyoming, the determination that had carried her through losing Charles, rebuilding the ranch, and creating a new life from nothing. That woman was still inside her somewhere, buried under grief and whiskey and the pain of losing everything she'd held dear. But she could be resurrected just like the ranch could be rebuilt and the future could be reclaimed. As dawn broke over Wind River Valley, Constance Whitehorse sat at her kitchen table with a cup of black coffee and her husband's journal, planning the fight of her life. She'd lost a child, a home, and a future, but she hadn't lost her love or her capacity for hope. Wolf had taught her that sometimes the right thing to do was also the hardest thing to do. Now it was her turn to prove she'd learned that lesson. Whatever it took, however long it took, she would find a way to save the man who'd saved her in every way that mattered. Because that's what love meant. Not just the willingness to be happy together, but the courage to fight for each other when happiness seemed impossible. The dark night of her soul was ending. The real fight was about to begin. Chapter 12, Love's Redemption. The territorial courthouse in Cheyenne buzzed with anticipation as Connie made her way through the crowded hallway, Wolf's journal clutched against her chest like a shield. Word of new evidence in the Whitehorse murder trial had spread quickly, drawing spectators from across Wyoming territory who were hungry for justice, or at least entertainment. David Porter met her at the courtroom doors, his expression grave but hopeful. "Are you ready for this, Mrs. Whitehorse? Once you take that witness stand, there's no going back." Connie nodded, though her hands trembled slightly. She'd spent the past week preparing for this moment, reading and rereading Wolf's journal entries, practicing her testimony, and steeling herself for what would surely be the most important day of her life. "I'm ready. Is he—" "Your husband is already inside." Porter's voice was gentle. "Mrs. Whitehorse, I should warn you, he looks different. Prison has been hard on him." Nothing could have prepared her for the sight of Wolf in chains. The man who rose as she entered the courtroom bore little resemblance to the confident rancher she'd married. He was gaunt, his clothes hanging loose on his diminished frame, and there was a haunted quality to his amber eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and endless worry. But when their gazes met across the crowded courtroom, his face transformed with such joy and relief that Connie felt her heart crack open all over again. Whatever had passed between them, whatever pain and betrayal still lay unresolved, the love was still there. Battered but not broken. Judge Harrison called the court to order, his stern voice cutting through the murmur of speculation. "Before we proceed with today's testimony, I want to make clear that this court will tolerate no disruptions. The charges against the defendant are serious, and this proceeding will be conducted with appropriate gravity." The prosecutor, a thin man named Kellerman with ambitious eyes and political aspirations, had spent the morning reviewing the evidence against Wolf. The case seemed straightforward. Wolf had admitted to killing Colonel Morrison, witnesses could place him at Pine Ridge during the massacre, and his flight from justice suggested consciousness of guilt. "The defendant," Kellerman had argued, "is a half-breed who turned against the very country that gave him opportunity and purpose. He murdered his commanding officer in cold blood, then participated in the slaughter of innocent civilians. The evidence is clear. The defendant's guilt is established, and justice demands the ultimate penalty." Now it was Porter's turn to present Wolf's defense, and he began by calling Connie to the witness stand. The walk to the front of the courtroom felt endless. Connie was acutely aware of every eye upon her, every whispered comment about the widow who'd stood by her murderous husband. But as she settled into the witness chair and placed her hand on the Bible to swear her oath, she felt a calm resolve settle over her. "Mrs. Whitehorse," Porter began, "you've brought certain documents to the court's attention. Would you please tell us about them?" Connie lifted Wolf's journal, its worn leather cover reflecting the courtroom's harsh light. "This is my husband's personal journal, covering the period from March 1871 to October 1871, the months leading up to Colonel Morrison's death." "And how did you come to possess this journal?" "I found it among my husband's personal effects after his arrest. He'd hidden it, probably to protect me from becoming involved in his troubles." Connie's voice grew stronger as she spoke. "But after reading it, I realized it contained evidence that might explain his actions." Porter approached the witness stand. "With the court's permission, I'd like Mrs. Whitehorse to read selected entries from this journal." Judge Harrison nodded gravely. "Proceed, but keep it relevant." Connie opened the journal to the first marked passage, her voice clear and steady as she read Wolf's careful documentation of Morrison's corruption. The courtroom fell silent as she detailed the colonel's arms dealing, his manipulation of intelligence reports, and his systematic targeting of peaceful villages. "March 22nd, 1871, she read. "Followed Morrison to another meeting with the gunrunners. This time I recognized one of them, Jack Henley, who's been linked to raids on settler families near the South Platte. Morrison is selling weapons to the very outlaws the army is supposed to be fighting." A murmur rippled through the courtroom. This wasn't the testimony anyone had expected from the defendant's widow. "Continue," Judge Harrison instructed, leaning forward with obvious interest. Connie read entry after entry, building a devastating picture of Morrison's crimes. The courtroom listened in growing amazement as Wolf's words revealed a conspiracy that went far beyond simple corruption. This was genocide for profit, conducted under the cover of military necessity. October 17th, 1871, Connie read, her voice breaking slightly. Morrison laughed when I demanded he cancel the attack, said I was just another bleeding heart who didn't understand the necessities of war. When I threatened to expose his activities, he told me that if I said one word, he'd make sure my mother's village was next on his list. That's when I knew talking wouldn't be enough. She closed the journal and looked directly at the jury. My husband didn't kill Colonel Morrison in cold blood, gentlemen. He killed him to prevent the massacre of 43 innocent people. The fact that the massacre happened anyway doesn't make him a murderer. It makes him a failed hero. Prosecutor Kellerman rose for cross-examination, his expression skeptical. Mrs. Whitehorse, this journal, convenient that it should surface now after months of investigation. How do we know your husband didn't fabricate these entries after his arrest? The ink and paper can be tested, Porter interjected. Chemical analysis will confirm the age of these entries. Even so, Kellerman continued, we have only the defendant's word that these events occurred as described. Colonel Morrison is dead and cannot defend himself against these posthumous accusations. That's not quite true, Porter said, returning to the defense table. We have other witnesses, survivors of Morrison's campaigns who can corroborate key details from the journal. What followed was the most dramatic testimony Connie had ever witnessed. Porter had somehow located 3 Lakota survivors of Morrison's attacks, including an elderly woman named Singing Bird who had lived through the Bear Creek massacre Wolf had written about. Through an interpreter, Singing Bird testified about Morrison's pattern of attacking peaceful villages. Her weathered face was stoic as she described the colonel's methods. How he would arrive with false accusations of harboring weapons or sheltering hostiles, then order the destruction of entire communities. The yellow-hair soldier, she said, referring to Morrison by his distinctive blonde hair. He came with promises of peace, then brought death. But the mixed-blood scout, the one they call Wolf, he tried to warn us. He would come before the attacks, tell our people to hide the children, to scatter into the hills. Kellerman objected vigorously, claiming the testimony was hearsay and irrelevant, but Judge Harrison overruled him. This court will hear what these witnesses have to say. Continue. The second witness, a young warrior named Standing Bear, provided even more damning testimony. He described seeing Morrison's meetings with gun runners, witnessing the colonel's soldiers attacking villages that had been certified peaceful by other Army scouts. Wolf Whitehorse was friend to our people, Standing Bear said through the interpreter. He spoke truth about our peaceful ways. The yellow-hair colonel, he hated truth. He wanted war to make himself rich. But it was the third witness who provided the most crucial testimony. Joseph Crowfeather was a mixed-blood interpreter who had worked for the Army at Fort Laramie. Unlike the other witnesses, he spoke fluent English and could provide detailed first-hand accounts of Morrison's activity. I was present at several meetings between Colonel Morrison and civilian contractors, Crowfeather testified. The colonel was selling military weapons and supplies to anyone willing to pay his prices. When Sergeant Whitehorse discovered this, he tried to report it through proper channels. Morrison had him transferred to scouting duties to keep him away from the fort. Did you witness the confrontation between Morrison and the defendant on the night of October 18, 1871? Porter asked. I was outside the colonel's tent when they argued. Morrison was shouting about the attack on Pine Ridge, saying it would proceed as planned regardless of Whitehorse's objections. When Whitehorse said he would expose the truth about Morrison's activities, the colonel drew his service revolver. Crowfeather paused, his dark eyes finding Wolf in the defendant's chair. Whitehorse had no choice. It was kill or be killed. Kellerman's cross-examination was aggressive but ineffective. The witnesses' stories corroborated each other and matched Wolf's journal entries in detail that would have been impossible to fabricate. By the time Porter finished presenting his case, the mood in the courtroom had shifted dramatically. Judge Harrison called a recess to consider the evidence, and Connie found herself face to face with Wolf for the first time since his arrest. A deputy allowed them a few minutes together in a small conference room, though he remained present to prevent any attempt at escape. "Connie." Wolf's voice was hoarse with emotion. "I can't believe you came. After everything I put you through?" "Of course I came." She reached across the table to touch his shackled hands, shocked at how thin and rough they'd become. "James, why didn't you tell me about the journal? Why didn't you let me read it before?" Wolf's eyes were haunted. "Because I was ashamed. Because even though I tried to stop Morrison, 43 people still died. Because I killed a man, regardless of his crimes, and that makes me a killer. It makes you someone who was willing to sacrifice everything to save innocent lives." Connie's grip on his hands tightened. "The baby. I heard. Anna Kowalski got word to me somehow." Wolf's voice cracked. "Connie, I'm so sorry. I know it was the stress, the worry about my situation. I failed to protect you when you needed me most." Tears she'd thought were exhausted began flowing again. "We failed each other. I should have fought for you from the beginning instead of wallowing in self-pity. I should have trusted that the man I married was worth saving. You're here now, that's what matters." Before either could say more, the deputy announced that court was reconvening. They returned to the courtroom hand in hand, united in hope despite the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Judge Harrison's verdict was swift and uncompromising. After reviewing the evidence presented today, including the defendant's journal and the testimony of credible witnesses, this court finds that the charges against James Whitehorse cannot be sustained. The courtroom erupted in chaos, some spectators cheering, others shouting in protest. Harrison banged his gavel repeatedly to restore order. "While the defendant did indeed kill Colonel Morrison," the judge continued, "the evidence clearly shows this was an act of self-defense committed while attempting to prevent a war crime. The subsequent massacre at Pine Ridge was carried out by Morrison's subordinates following his original orders, despite the defendant's efforts to prevent it." Harrison fixed Wolf with a stern gaze. "Mr. Whitehorse, you are hereby acquitted of all charges. However, I want to make clear that while your actions may have been legally justified, they represent a tragic failure of the military justice system that should have protected both you and the innocent civilians who died at Pine Ridge." The judge's words were lost in the celebration that followed. Order was embracing anyone within reach. The Lakota witnesses were smiling and speaking rapidly in their own language, and spectators were either cheering Wolf's vindication or grumbling about frontier justice. But Connie barely heard any of it. Her attention was focused entirely on Wolf as the deputy unlocked his shackles and officially restored his freedom. When he turned to her, his amber eyes bright with unshed tears, she felt a piece of her heart that had been missing since his arrest finally slide back into place. The journey back to Wind River Valley was awkward, despite their joy at being reunited. Too much had happened, too much had been lost for them to simply resume their previous relationship. They rode in Porter's hired carriage, making polite conversation about practical matters while carefully avoiding the emotional minefield that lay between them. It wasn't until they reached the ranch that the full impact of their situation became clear. The property was in ruins. Fences down, buildings damaged by weather and neglect, cattle scattered or dead. The home they'd built together was a shadow of its former self, much like their marriage. "Dear God," Wolf breathed, surveying the devastation. "Connie, what happened here?" "I happened." Her voice was flat with self-recrimination. "After I lost the baby, after you were arrested, I just gave up. I let everything fall apart because I couldn't see the point of fighting anymore." Wolf walked through the debris that had once been their carefully tended yard, his expression unreadable. The cattle, most of them scattered. Some probably died over the winter. Stefan Kowalski tried to help, but She couldn't finish the sentence. "And Garrett's foreclosure?" Porter stopped it. "Apparently the loan documents were fraudulent. Garrett had forged my signature on the mortgage papers. When that came to light during your trial preparation, the Territorial Attorney General filed charges against him." Wolf nodded slowly, taking in the enormity of what lay ahead. Rebuilding the ranch would require months of backbreaking work, assuming they even wanted to try. Rebuilding their marriage might prove even more challenging. That night, they sat in their ruined kitchen, eating a simple meal Anna Kowalski had prepared when she learned of Wolf's acquittal. The house felt cold and empty without the warmth they'd once shared, and conversation was stilted and careful. "We don't have to stay here," Wolf said finally. "We could sell what's left, start over somewhere else. California, maybe, or Oregon." Connie looked around the room where they'd planned their future, where they'd shared their dreams and their love. "Is that what you want?" "I want whatever will make you happy, whatever will help us move past this." Wolf's voice was quiet, uncertain. "Connie, I know I've lost your trust. I know the lies and secrets have damaged something precious between us. If you think a fresh start somewhere else would help." "The problem isn't the place," Connie said softly. "The problem is us. Running away won't fix what's broken between us." Wolf was quiet for a long moment. "Then what will? Time? Honesty? The willingness to forgive each other for being human instead of perfect." Connie reached across the table to take his hand, noting again how thin and worn it had become. "James, I love you. That hasn't changed, despite everything. But I need to know that you trust me enough to tell me the truth, even when it's ugly or painful. And I need to know that you won't give up on us the next time life gets difficult," Wolf replied. "When I saw what had happened to the ranch, saw how you'd let everything we built together fall apart, that hurt you. It terrified me. Because if you could abandon the ranch so easily, how do I know you won't abandon me the next time I disappoint you?" The honesty of his words stung, but Connie recognized their truth. "I can't promise I'll never be weak again. Losing the baby, losing you, it broke something inside me that I'm still trying to repair. But I can promise that I'll fight harder next time." Wolf lifted their joined hands into someone I don't recognize. Wolf lifted their joined hands and pressed a gentle kiss to her knuckles. "And I promise that I'll never lie to you again, no matter how ugly the truth might be. You deserve better than a husband who thinks he knows what's best for you." They sat in the gathering darkness, holding hands across the scarred kitchen table, and slowly began the delicate work of rebuilding trust. It would take time, months, maybe years, to fully heal the wounds they'd inflicted on each other. But for the first time since Wolf's arrest, Connie felt genuine hope for their future. "So we stay?" Wolf asked. "We stay. We rebuild the ranch. We rebuild our marriage, and we prove that love is stronger than loss." Connie smiled, the expression feeling foreign after so many months of grief. "Besides, this land has seen us at our worst. It seems only fair to let it see us at our best, too." Over the following weeks, they threw themselves into the work of restoration with the desperate energy of people trying to outrun their demons. Wolf repaired fences and buildings, while Connie restored the house and garden. They worked side by side during the day and talked long into the night, slowly rediscovering the partnership that had made them strong. The physical intimacy returned gradually, tentatively, like flowers blooming after a harsh winter. The first time Wolf kissed her, really kissed her, not just the careful pecks they'd been exchanging, Connie felt tears of relief that this essential connection between them had survived their trials. "I was afraid I'd lost you forever," Wolf whispered against her lips. "You can't lose me that easily," Connie replied, pulling him closer. "We're bound together by more than love. We're bound by everything we've survived together." By summer, the ranch was beginning to look like itself again. They'd managed to round up most of their scattered cattle, the buildings were sound and functional, and the house once again felt like a home. More importantly, their marriage was healing, scarred but stronger, like a bone that had been broken and healed better than before. One evening in late July, as they sat on their porch watching the sunset paint the mountains in shades of gold and purple, Wolf brought up the subject they'd been carefully avoiding. "Do you think you'll ever want to try again?" he asked quietly. "For children, I mean." Connie was silent for a long moment, her hand resting on her flat stomach where their lost child had once grown. "Dr. Morrison said it was unlikely I'd be able to carry another pregnancy to term. But even if I could, I don't know if I'm strong enough to risk that kind of loss again." Wolf nodded, understanding the fear beneath her words. Then we'll make our peace with just the two of us. We'll pour our love into this ranch, into each other, into the life we build together. And if someday I change my mind, then we'll face that together too." Wolf pulled her closer, her head settling naturally against his shoulder. "Whatever comes, we face it together. That's what we learned from all this, that we're stronger together than apart, even when everything else falls apart." As stars appeared in the darkening sky, Connie reflected on the journey that had brought them to this moment. They'd fallen from the heights of happiness to the depths of despair, had their love tested by betrayal and loss and the cruelty of an unjust world. But they'd survived, and more than that, they'd chosen each other again, with full knowledge of each other's flaws and failings. "Do you regret any of it?" she asked softly. Wolf considered the question seriously. "I regret the pain we caused each other. I regret the lies and the secrets. I regret that you lost our child because of my mistakes. But I don't regret loving you. I don't regret the risks we took to build this life together. And I don't regret fighting to save what we have, even when it seemed hopeless." Wolf pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "Some things are worth any amount of suffering, Connie. Our love is one of them." In the distance, a coyote howled at the rising moon, its voice both lonely and wild. But here, on their porch, surrounded by the land they'd claimed and the love they'd fought to save, Connie felt only peace. They'd been through the fire and emerged tempered like steel. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them, as they'd learned to face everything, together, with honesty and courage and the unshakable knowledge that their love could survive anything the world threw at them. The dark night of their souls was over. The rest of their lives was just beginning. Epilogue. New beginnings. The laughter of children echoed across the barnyard as Connie hung the last of the wash on the line, her eyes automatically tracking the source of the joyful chaos. 4-year-old Thomas, named for Wolf's grandfather, was chasing the barn cats with the determination of a cavalry charge, while 2-year-old Sarah toddled after her brother on unsteady legs, her dark curls bouncing with each step. "Mama!" Thomas called, his amber eyes, so like his father's, bright with excitement. "Sarah caught a butterfly, a real one." Connie smiled, marveling at how naturally the word mama had come to feel on her lips. After Dr. Morrison's dire predictions about her ability to carry children, Thomas's birth in 1876 had seemed like a miracle. Sarah's arrival 2 years later had felt like a gift beyond measure. "That's wonderful, sweetheart. But remember, we look with our eyes, not our hands. Butterflies are delicate." She watched as Thomas carefully explained this concept to his little sister, his small hands gentle as he helped her release the orange and black monarch. The patience he showed with Sarah reminded Connie so much of Wolf that it sometimes took her breath away. The sound of approaching hoofbeats drew her attention to the main road, where a familiar figure was riding toward the ranch. Sheriff Duncan McKay, the man who'd replaced the corrupt Deputy Bradshaw after Garrett's trial, touched his hat brim as he reined in his horse near the porch. "Afternoon, Mrs. Whitehorse. Beautiful day. Sheriff McKay, what brings you out our way?" Connie gathered Sarah into her arms while Thomas pressed close to her skirts, suddenly shy in the presence of the lawman. "Official business, I'm afraid. The territorial governor wants to speak with your husband about accepting an appointment to the territorial legislature. Seems there's a movement to grant Wyoming statehood, and they need men of integrity to help guide the process." Connie felt a flutter of pride mixed with apprehension. In the 5 years since Wolf's acquittal, he'd become one of the most respected men in Wind River Valley. His success in rebuilding their ranch, combined with his reputation for fairness in dealing with both white settlers and the remaining native tribes, had made him a natural leader in the community. "He's up in the north pasture, checking on the new calves. I can send Thomas to fetch him if it's urgent." "No hurry. I'll ride up and find him myself." McKay's weathered face creased into a smile as he looked at the children. "Mighty fine young ones you've got there, ma'am. That boy of yours is going to be a heartbreaker when he grows up." After the sheriff departed, Connie settled on the porch with the children, watching the late afternoon sun slant across their prosperous acres. The Double M Ranch bore little resemblance to the struggling operation she'd inherited 6 years ago. The main house had been expanded twice with a proper parlor for entertaining and separate bedrooms for the children. The barn was solid and well-maintained, the corrals sturdy enough to hold their growing herd of prize cattle. But the changes went deeper than mere prosperity. This place had become the heart of the community in ways Connie never could have imagined. Their parlor regularly hosted meetings about school funding and territorial politics. Their barn had sheltered 3 different families during harsh winters. Their table had fed countless travelers, from circuit preachers to cattle buyers to the occasional native delegation seeking Wolf's counsel on reservation matters. "Mama, a story?" Sarah's sweet voice interrupted her reverie. "Of course, little one. What kind of story would you like?" "Princess Story," Thomas declared, settling beside his sister on the porch swing Wolf had built the previous summer. Connie smiled, remembering how she'd once told Wolf that she felt like she was living in a fairy tale. In many ways, she supposed she was, not the sanitized versions found in children's books, but the older, truer stories where heroes had to face real darkness before earning their happy endings. "Once upon a time," she began, "there was a brave princess who had to leave her castle and learn to build a new kingdom in a wild, beautiful land." As she spoke, weaving together elements of adventure and courage and love conquering all obstacles, Connie caught sight of Wolf riding down from the hills. Even at a distance, she could recognize the easy way he sat his horse, the confident set of his shoulders that spoke of a man at peace with himself and his world. He'd changed over the past 5 years, gaining back the weight he'd lost in prison, and more besides. But the most significant changes were less visible. The way his eyes crinkled now when he smiled, the easy laughter that came so much more frequently, the quiet contentment that had replaced the watchful tension he'd carried for so long. And they lived happily ever after, Connie concluded, just as Wolf reached the yard. "Did someone mention happiness?" he asked, swinging down from his saddle with fluid grace, "because I've got some news that might add to ours." Thomas launched himself at his father with a whoop of joy, while Sarah toddled over to be swept up in Wolf's strong arms. Watching him with their children never failed to make Connie's heart swell with love and gratitude. "Sheriff McKay was here," she said. "Something about the territorial governor wanting to speak with you." Wolf's expression grew thoughtful as he settled beside her on the swing, Sarah on his lap and Thomas pressed against his side. "I can guess what that's about. There's been talk in Cheyenne about statehood, and they're looking for people to help write the new constitution. Are you interested?" "Maybe. It would mean spending time in Cheyenne, dealing with politicians and bureaucrats. But it's also a chance to help shape Wyoming's future, to make sure the mistakes of the past aren't repeated." Connie studied his face, seeing the mix of ambition and reluctance there. "What would you want to focus on?" "Indian rights, mainly. Making sure the treaties are honored, that the remaining tribes are treated with dignity and fairness. And women's suffrage. Wyoming could be the first state to guarantee women the right to vote." The passion in his voice reminded Connie why she'd fallen in love with him in the first place. Even after everything they'd been through, Wolf still believed in justice, still fought for those who couldn't fight for themselves. "Then you should do it," she said simply. Wolf looked surprised. "Just like that? No concerns about the time away from the ranch, the political pressures, the enemies I might make?" "James Whitehorse, I've seen you face down corrupt army officers, hostile neighbors, and territorial prison. I think you can handle a few politicians." Connie leaned over to kiss his cheek, noting how Sarah giggled at the display of affection. Besides, someone needs to speak for the people who don't have a voice in government. Who better than a man who's been on both sides of injustice? As evening approached, the family gathered for dinner around the large oak table Wolf had built with his own hands. The children chattered about their day, Thomas's discovery of a bird's nest in the apple tree, Sarah's success in walking all the way to the barn without falling, while Connie and Wolf shared the comfortable silence of a couple who'd learned to communicate in glances and small gestures. After the children were bathed and tucked into their beds with stories and kisses, Connie and Wolf stepped out onto the porch to enjoy the peace of the summer evening. The mountains rose purple and gold in the distance, and the first stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. "Do you ever think about how we got here?" Connie asked, settling into Wolf's arms as naturally as breathing. Every day. His voice was soft with wonder. Sometimes I can hardly believe this is real. You, the children, this life we've built. After everything we went through, all the pain and loss and mistakes. We earned this, Connie said firmly. Every moment of happiness, every blessing, every peaceful evening like this one. We paid for it with tears and blood and the willingness to keep fighting when everything seemed hopeless. Wolf's arms tightened around her. Do you ever regret it, the path that brought us here? If you could go back and change things, avoid the pain, the betrayals, the losses, would you? Connie considered the question seriously. The memory of their lost first child still ached sometimes, especially when she watched Thomas and Sarah playing. The months of separation and despair had left scars that would never fully heal. But those trials had also forged them into something stronger than they could have been otherwise. No, she said finally. I wouldn't change anything, because changing any part of it might have changed the ending. We're not the same people who fell in love 6 years ago, James. We're better. More honest, more resilient, more grateful for what we have. More careful with each other's hearts, Wolf added. That too. Connie tilted her head to look at him. I love you more now than I did on our wedding day. Not the desperate, frightened love I felt then, but something deeper. Proven love. Love that's been tested and survived. In the distance, they could hear the low murmur of cattle settling for the night, the soft whinny of horses in the pasture. These were the sounds of prosperity, of security, of a life well lived, but beneath them was something even more precious. The silence of peace, the quiet contentment that came from knowing they were exactly where they belonged. Thomas asked me today if we were going to live here forever, Wolf said. What did you tell him? That this is our home, and home is wherever family chooses to stay together. Wolf's voice carried the weight of hard-won wisdom. He seemed satisfied with that answer. Smart boy. Takes after his father. Wolf chuckled. His stubbornness definitely comes from his mother. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the last light fade from the western sky. In the house behind them, their children slept peacefully in beds surrounded by love and security. Around them, the ranch hummed with quiet prosperity, cattle fattening on rich grass, horses grazing in moonlit pastures, crops growing strong in well-tended fields. But the greatest treasure wasn't visible in the gathering darkness. It lived in the space between them, in the easy way they moved together, in the deep trust that had been shattered and painstakingly rebuilt. They learned that love wasn't just about the glorious moments. It was about choosing each other again and again, through darkness and light, through triumph and disaster. The governor's offer, Wolf said eventually, are you sure you're ready for that kind of scrutiny? Political wives face different challenges than ranch wives. Connie smiled, thinking of the frightened widow who'd arrived at this ranch with nothing but a deed and desperate hope. That woman would have been terrified by the prospect of political life, but she wasn't that woman anymore. I've faced down lynch mobs, corrupt cattle barons, and territorial courts, she said. I think I can handle a few newspaper reporters and society ladies. They might dig up the past, try to use my trial against us. Let them. We have nothing to hide anymore. Connie's voice was strong with conviction. Our story's one of redemption, of justice finally served, of love surviving the worst that life could throw at it. If they want to tell that story, I say let them. Wolf pulled her closer, marveling at the strength he heard in her voice. This was the woman who'd fought to save him when he'd given up on himself, who'd rebuilt their ranch and their marriage with equal determination. Whatever challenges political life might bring, they would face them, as they'd learned to face everything, together. I have one condition, Connie added. Whatever office you accept, whatever responsibilities you take on, we do this as partners. Your work becomes our work. Your causes become our causes. No more secrets, no more protecting me from difficult truths. Agreed. Wolf kissed the top of her head, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. Partners in everything. As if summoned by their words, a child's cry came from the house. Sarah having one of her occasional nightmares. Without discussion, they rose together and went inside to comfort their daughter, Wolf lifting the little girl from her crib while Connie smoothed her tangled curls. "Bad dreams, sweetheart?" Connie asked softly. Sarah nodded, her amber eyes still bright with tears. "Monsters, Mama." "No monsters here," Wolf assured her, his deep voice gentle and certain. "Mama and Papa won't let any monsters near you. Promise?" "Promise," they said in unison, and Connie felt the truth of those words settle deep in her bones. They would protect their children from monsters, just as they'd learned to protect each other. They'd built something here that was worth defending. Not just prosperity or success, but the kind of deep happiness that comes from knowing you are loved completely and without reservation. After Sarah was settled back in her bed, they returned to the porch one final time. The night was fully dark now, with stars scattered across the sky like diamonds on black velvet. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote howled, not the lonely sound it had once seemed, but the wild music of a land at peace with itself. 5 years, Wolf said wonderingly. Has it really been 5 years since the trial? 5 years since we started over. 5 years since we chose each other with full knowledge of what that choice meant. Connie leaned back against his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady and strong beneath her cheek. The best 5 years of my life? Even counting the sleepless nights with teething babies? The drought of 77? That time Thomas decided to help by letting all the chickens loose? Connie laughed, remembering the chaos of that particular morning. Especially counting those things. Perfect lives are for fairy tales, James. Real life is messy and challenging and sometimes heartbreaking. But it's also full of small miracles and unexpected joys, and the kind of love that grows stronger instead of weaker over time. Wolf was quiet for a moment, absorbing the wisdom in her words. I used to think happiness was something you either had or didn't have, like height or the color of your eyes. I didn't understand that it was something you had to choose again and again, despite all the reasons not to. And do you choose it? Even now, knowing what it costs. Every day, Wolf said without hesitation. Every single day. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of sage and wildflowers from the hills. In the barn, an owl called to its mate. These were the sounds and smells of home, of peace, of a life that had been fought for and won through pain and perseverance. I should check the children one more time, Connie said, though she made no move to rise from Wolf's embrace. They're fine. Thomas is probably dreaming of the horse I promised to teach him to ride next year, and Sarah is safe from all her monsters. What about us? Are we safe from our monsters? Wolf considered the question seriously. The demons that had once pursued them, guilt, fear, the weight of past mistakes, had been faced and conquered. Not destroyed, perhaps, but transformed into wisdom and strength. The monsters are still there, he said finally, but we're stronger than they are now. We know who we are, what we stand for, what we're willing to fight to protect. That's armor enough against anything. Connie nodded, understanding the truth of his words. They'd fallen from grace not once but twice, had lost everything they thought they valued, and had been forced to rebuild from nothing. But in that rebuilding, they'd discovered something precious. The knowledge that their love was strong enough to survive anything, and that happiness wasn't about avoiding pain, but about choosing hope in spite of it. Tell me again, she said softly. Tell you what? That this is real. That we're here, together with our children sleeping safely in the house we built with our own hands. That tomorrow we'll wake up and work side by side and go to sleep in each other's arms. Tell me this isn't a dream I'm going to wake up from. Wolf's arms tightened around her, and when he spoke, his voice carried the absolute certainty of a man who'd learned to treasure what he had. This is real, Connie, all of it. The ranch, the children, the love between us, the future we're going to build together. We've earned this happiness through fire and flood, through loss and betrayal and the kind of pain that breaks most people. But it didn't break us. It made us into the people we were meant to be. As if to emphasize his words, the sound of contented cattle drifted across the night air, mingling with the whisper of wind through growing wheat and the distant call of night birds. These were the sounds of prosperity, yes, but more than that, they were the sounds of peace. "I love you," Connie said, the words carrying the weight of everything they'd shared, everything they'd survived, everything they'd built together. "And I love you," Wolf replied. "Forever and always through whatever comes next." They sat together in the starlight, two people who'd found their way through darkness to light, through despair to hope, through brokenness to wholeness. Behind them, their children slept peacefully. Around them, their ranch breathed with quiet prosperity. Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, indifferent to human pain, but witness to human love in all its messy, imperfect, utterly perfect glory. The widow of Wind River had become something else entirely. A wife, a mother, a partner in every sense of the word. The man who'd arrived as a mysterious stranger had become home itself, the center around which her world turned. They'd survived their falls and rises, their losses and redemptions. Whatever the future held, political life, new challenges, the inevitable sorrows that come with time, they would face it together, armed with the knowledge that their love could survive anything. And that, Connie thought as she drifted toward sleep in Wolf's arms, was more than enough. It was everything